Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. And today, we're going to board the Gun Dog. Stories from Soul, the Gun Dog, that is. An awesome indie, retro, sci-fi anime-inspired visual novel slash point-and-click adventure. I honestly haven't even played the demo. It sold me on the vibes. I'm making sure everything's working. How's the volume? Double check something quickly. Oop. Oh, did I flick my head out? Hang on. Totally professional. Forgot to do something. Okay, we're good, I think. Now let us view the flicker. I like that in this the graphic settings, Dojin mode, studio mode, vivid mode, which I like color. So we'll play with color. So I quite like the kind of retro, like I like the first draft, second draft, third draft, finished product. I've turned the music down a little bit because a little loud by default. Just so I know, I guess we'll see text speed. That should be alright. Got it on full screen. I switched to text because you can have retro text. This will be easier on my eyes. So I like that there's the option. That is quite nice. Right then. Let us begin. September 21st, planetary calendar 209. Following a raft of repressive policies and crackdowns from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. Ah, that's classic anime sci-fi right there. Earth is corrupt. We must rebel. Just don't go dropping any space colonies. Okay? You know, don't want to cross that line. Huh? There's a line. Don't cross that line. The war carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit. Aboard the Jovian carrier JFS. Now, that would be Kalik or Kalik? That. You reflexively, words. Upon reflex, you tighten your grip. And your armored frame's twin flight decks as another wave of vibrations reverberates through the cockpit. The creak of your new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds that you can hear, but the gentle hum of the frame subsystem. as you squeeze the controls tighter. Their plastic casing creak under the pressure. You try to stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shock waves that are buffeting the Kalik, the carrier that you're stationed on. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. I'm just trying to think of physics there for a second. Oh, would there be shockwaves in space? There's no air. I suppose the explosion has nothing to stop it either. Try to push the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing. You've already realized that their frequency means that the Kalik must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie. Your first real flight, in fact. No pressure, huh? Rookie pilot, huh? You feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told all of you. But you know that pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. So the war's going well then, right? If you've got someone who's never flown a single combat mission at the front line. Move me over slightly because I'm slightly blocking text. There we go. Just a tiny bit. Oh, yeah, I'm centered. There, that shouldn't block any more text. Of course, that didn't happen. Command told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the need for the exercises, or these exercises. We'd overheard the rumors, though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from Europa colony. You'd undergone basic training, but almost all of your flight training had taken place on the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. So your flight training was on the ship simulator, not even at the academy. Oofed. You wonder how the others are feeling right now. Whether... Oh no. This is what it must be like to be a gym pilot. In Gundam, like, oh, I'm just new at this. No, I suppose anyone who was a gym pilot in Gundam survived most of the war, so at that point, technically, most gym pilots weren't rookies. The Gelgoog pilots on the other side, however, they were almost all rookies, because at that point, all the good Xeon pilots had been killed. Maintenance crew. Kalik 5, this is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last minute diagnostics on your frame, activating all systems. Now. Very retro sounds. But I never really played many of these games like this in the old days. So it makes me think of Pokemon, weirdly enough. Just with the audio. Like the OG. Which I suppose is late 90s. So, yeah. It looks so good though, doesn't it? This retro art style. Alright, looks all good to go. We'll run a few more checks, then we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Damn straight, I'm ready to kick some ass. Don't know why I turned into an old man there. Yeah, I can't wait to get out there. I'm gonna. You stammer, trying your best to convince not the engineer, but yourself that you're ready for what's waiting for you. Yeah, I've got this. Suddenly thinking of Gundam Thunderbolt and all those rookies ready to rumble at the start of the movie. Ah, they were so eager. Whoa, take a breath there, Kalik 5. Not gonna be that bad out. No need to get all riled up here in the hangar. Tell you what, pilot. What's your name? First name? AJ. I'm AJ Dodgestar, sir. And your pronouns. And this is where some douchebags would rage. Oh my god, pronouns. Ah, so scary. Yeah. AJ Dodgestar, is that right? Yes. Okay, Ancient Dodgestar. First up, take a few deep breaths for me. In and out. Nice and slow. You got that? Breathe. Ensign Dodgestar. Ensign? Clearly a flashback. You draw in one long measured breath and hold it, then release it. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this a few more times. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow and some of the tension in your body slip away. You feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. Well, I've heard it is that all the Terran's best pilots were taken care of between here and Mars. Hey, just like with the one-year war in Gundam, by the time you got to Abuaku, Xeon had very few good pilots left. The only ones that were left were rookies and ace pilots. There was no in-between. So you either bumped into a rookie in a Gelgoog or an ace in a Zaku. Like Johnny Raiden. Or Sharna. Xeon. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today. So they're the ones taking all the flack. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive victory. Sorry, decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. A buddy of mine in operations said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring of the columns and sit bolt upright in your seat. Slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the regular engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. Oh, he was dinging the thing while he's talking to you. This beauty here is a work of art. Terran frames ain't got nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time with this one than I have with my own kid. Huh. So don't you worry. That is a reassuring and very sad thing to hear, sir. That you've spent more time tuning up my mech than with your own child back home. Well, Mr. Engineer, we're going to get you home to your kid, okay? Remember what they taught you in training, and leave the rest up to her, and you'll come back at this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious, and is starting to rub off on you. You adjust your position in your seat. Posture check. So that you're sat up straight, and the soft hum of the frame system now seems more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think? Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top-of-the-line frames. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. So, Ancient Dodgestar. How are you feeling about things now? Feeling good. Ready to go. Yeah. I'm ready to get out there and kick some ass. And chew some bubblegum. But I'm all out of gum. You declare, channeling your newly tapped confidence. Excuse me. That's the spirit, Ensign? No. Hang on to that and we'll have you in those hangar doors and kicking turns around in no time. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back into the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the seconds tick away on the cockpit clock whilst you wait for the order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out a few last-minute flight checks, as you'd already completed them when you boarded. Nothing has changed. By the commander. I'm struggling to determine. That looks like maybe lipstick. Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Kellic 1. You've been cleared for launch and be ready for immediate action. All frames will be taking All frames will be taking off in designation order. Attack formation, sound off. Kellic 2 ready. This is Kellic 3 ready. Kellic 4 here, ready for takeoff. Oh, of course, we're number 5. Armored reference. Kellic 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah, Kellic 5. Standing by. Red 5, standing by. I'm Luke Skywalker. Keep it together, Kellic 5. Kellic 6. Kellic 6, ready. Just trying to make it different. Alright, Kellic Squadron, move out. Moon. Kellic 1, launching. Kellic 2, launching. Kellic 3, launched. Kellic 4, moving out. There they go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll call of your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone. Sounds almost like a countdown to you. Oh wait, it is. Once Kellic 4 has declared their launch, you know your time's come. You disengage the restraints and prepare yourself. Kellic 5, launching. You shout as you slam the flight stick forward for maximum thrust. Kellic 5, abort launch, abort, cut launch thrusters. Kellic 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you're jerked around the cockpit, your helmet slammed on the control panel. The brief moment of thrust throws you back into your seat before you're whipped forward again. Warnings flash all over your monitors and sirens and alert sounds from all over the cockpit. Uh-oh. Did the clamps not disengage? Kellic 5, abort launch, and cut thrusters. Takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back. There's a neutral position. The roar of your frame's engines dies and your cockpit regains its previous stillness. A few winds as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Mmm. Yummy. Funny how that has a very distinct taste, isn't it? That irony. Metallic taste. Alright, Kellic 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame restraints didn't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Kellic. Going to need to run a diagnostics, shouldn't take too long. You slump in the cockpit's chair and exhale deeply, your heart still pounding 1,000,000 beats per minute, and your lips stinging. Ow! You continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communications channel from the maintenance crew. as they work to get your frame released. So yeah, the clamps didn't disengage. Hey, yeah, looks like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah. Unit 5. Alright. Yeah. Get Unit 6 out. No sense waiting for this one. Okay. Start the diagnostic, then reboot if necessary. LagrangeSix, launching! Oh, he looks so happy. Why am I getting Jared Mesa vibes from that grin? He looks so ready to go. LagrangeSix, launching! Watch him get killed immediately. Maybe. I got left behind. What do you mean hardware fault? We've checked this 10 times since Mars. At least. Who was assigned Unit 5? Oh, 4. Fine. Alright. Shut down systems and run the diagnostic again. I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Unit 5, we're going to shut down your frame systems for a moment. We can run a diagnostic. Stay ready though. We'll have you launching soon. Honestly, if the rest of the squadron is way in advance, it would feels like it'd be unsafe for me to be traveling by myself. But then again, we're among the fleet. I mean, we should be fine. Unit 5, understood. Ready and waiting. As your cockpit fades to darkness again, you realize the flight sticks, release the flight sticks, and suddenly realize just how long you've been clenching your fists around them. You flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sounds of the engineers working on your friend's restraints. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You'd spent so long worrying about this mission that you'd thrown up twice in the past 24 hours, and now it looks like that was all for nothing. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. Safe as you can be, strapped to the outside of a military carrier and in an active armored frame anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at the thought. Getting shot down in an inactive frame still in its restraints. You become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout this entire Jovian colony fleet. Imagine that. You're just hanging at the side of the ship, attached to the restraints. Perfectly vulnerable target. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they returned, you'd be the laughingstock of the entire Killick. The pilot who'd spent their entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit. You dodged a bullet, but you'd never... Is it LagrangeSix? They cut off my flight path. There's more in the whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field. Killick 1, they're going to cut you off from the fleet. LagrangeSix signal disappears as you sit bolt upright. As you begin pressing buttons trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor, you can see what's going on. However, with your frame system shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can do nothing but sit in the dark stillness and listen to the events unfold. This is terrifying. LagrangeSix, respond. LagrangeSix, what's going on? How many carriers are coming in from E-Field? Ma'am, LagrangeSix signal's been lost. It's not responding. He's Hold it together, Killick 4. All units form up defensive formations on me. I said all units, Killick 2. Don't break formation. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh god, what the hell? In an instant, your communications channel is flooded with the cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots, exclamations of fear as this unexpected enemy force bears down on them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Not turn the music down too far. Hey, hey, who's out there? Engineering. Hey, get me ready. I can help. Get me ready to launch, engineering. They're getting killed out there. I need to go now. You shout demand. Get your frame ready for launch over the channel. You're met with no response. In the dark of the cockpit, if your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed on or if no one's listening. All attention turned to receiving the battle damage units from your squad. Listen to me, anyone, get me out there. You desperately begin attempting to manual override your systems, but find that nothing responds to you. The only spark of life you can glean from your frame is a small diagnostic progress bar. Wow, words. This thing right here. Ugh. I remember back in the day when things took forever to do anything. I need to be out there. Anyone. Hey! In one last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers you could hear outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter. There's 3, 4 on me. I've lost my shield. I can't check them. They're everywhere. They're... The line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship, ma'am. What do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4, on me. We're going to punch a hole through their formation, and I guess 2 just got killed, didn't he? Thing cut off. Oh, signal lost. Ma'am, come in, ma'am. Oh no, oh god, oh. Commander. One by one, your squad signals disappear. The cacophony, ooh, the fun word, of panic disappears, replaced by the gentle hiss of static. Awkward. Awkward. Stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock is sunk to the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Kalik 5. Ready for takeoff. Wow. September 21st, planetary calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. This would be the final battle of the Solar War. All without casualties. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to a ceasefire and sign an armistice to end the hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Kalik and her crew soon returned to the Europa colony near Jupiter. April 19th. Planetary calendar 214, sorry. Blah. That would be 5 years later. The reduced need for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Dodgestar reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. He is eventually promoted to lieutenant, or lieutenant. Lieutenant Dodgestar. 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. It was a 209 to 214. That'd be 5 years, wouldn't it? I forgot that. Oh no, it was September. And now it's April. Okay, it's not been a full 5 years. It's been 4.5, maybe. The Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. Mm. Mm. The patrol ship JFS Gundog is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien and its investigation of these signals. Ah. Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Title drop. Board the Gundog. Oh, it took me like half an hour to board the Gundog. Wow. Half an hour reading. Must drink. Ah. That was a hell of an intro, though. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roaring to life reverberates through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years. And to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapons drills, still ties your stomach into knots. A bad trait for a ship security officer. You shake your head and slowly take a moment. Or take a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. You feel the click as it locks into place. An exterior plastic paneling sits completely flush with its surroundings. Stepping back, you look around the room. Take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although this was far from your first posting as a security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they all came with their own unique crews and personalities, and with those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Select the look button to examine your surroundings by selecting them centers. Standard cruise bunk. Once you slept in one, you slept in them all. Although this one is one of the nicer ones I've been assigned to. The wall panel can be removed by jamming it with a thin object, and crew members often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not being touched though. This terminal lets me access the ship's computer. Got a clock, a word processor, and even a calendar. I can also access records and my orders from here. But for anything else, I need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. The standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system. The only way in or out, unless you plan on getting creative with the maintenance tunnels. Interesting, you mentioned that. I wonder if that's a hint for later. This lets me control the room's lighting from the bed. I keep my books here too. Currently reading the Tales of the Cosmic Champions series. Ooh, that's fun. It's just a normal storage unit. I travel light, so mine only has clothes in it. I think that's everything. Look at the bed, look at the door, look at the computer, look at my locker. Select the Use button to interact with your surroundings by selecting specific objects and use them. Select the button again when you're done.
Hello there.
Hello there. Veneris. The heretic himself. The demon of XCOM. How's it going, Ben? Heretic salute. There's nothing in here right now that I need. Just my uniforms and some toiletries. Going good? Going good. Good. We're just like, even though we're like 40 minutes into the stream, we've only just boarded the gun dog itself. Spent the first 30 minutes in the prologue. So basically, quick recap for what you may have missed. There was a war 4 years ago between Earth and the Jupiter and Mars were allied in a fight against Earth because Earth was being a dick. You know, classic anime sci-fi scenario. They won the war at what cost? We were a rookie pilot going to take place in the final battle. But embarrassingly, or luckily, depending how you view it, the docking clamp on our mech got stuck. So the rest of our squadron launched without us. And got slaughtered. So, you know, we survived. By dumb luck. The docking clamp got stuck. Survivor's Guild clock. Yep. And now we have just been transferred to the gun dog. We're now a lieutenant. And we're the security officer on board. Light switch for the rest of the room is here. Should I use it? Yeah, it's dark now. We're kind of wharf now, yeah. Lieutenant Dodgestar. I do like it. During the prologue, there's a maintenance crew member who, like, because your character is like, oh god, I'm a rookie pilot, my first flight, you know, like, sort of like hyperventilating. He's like, hey, what's your name? He was like, hey, what's your first name? He's like, AJ, okay. What's your name? Dodgestar. Cool, it's Dodgestar. Nice way of doing it, like getting you to pick your name without just being blunt. It's just like, hey, engineer asking your name. Nice way to do it. He even asked me my pronouns. He's so polite. So polite. Oh, it looks like we've been instructed to report to the bridge. Meet the captain. I haven't met anyone here yet since my transport to the spaceport ran late, and I just about made it on board before the launch. Click the move button to move to a different location or list of options. If you change your mind, click the button again. Well, it just boarded and it's still the middle of the day, based on Jovian Standard Time. Okay, no sleeping. Okay, no sleeping. To corridor 1. You step into an empty corridor and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. That's right now. This keypad gives a short series of beeps and you hear the lock engage. Did I note down my have a keycard or passcode? The dull thrum of the ship's systems is barely audible, but otherwise you're stood in the total silence. The air is cooler outside of your quarters, and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same on every ship you've been stationed on, and at this point, it doesn't surprise you. Okay, this is a Swift class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarter block, I'll be in the foreside thoroughfare. If I go right towards the aft, I'll arrive in the central hub, and then I can head to the bridge. This is what I would do. This is totally what I would be like. I would be out loud thinking my route to the bridge. Hansen Cruise. Haru Rami. Doesn't sound familiar. Dalton Grange, not someone I've met before. Dylan D's. Dylan D's nuts. Can't say everyone's on any other ship. Leave the crew block behind you and find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze coming from your left ruffles your hair and chills you slightly, and you hear the sound of human activity. I think it's Jovian fleet vessel or ship. Yeah, Jovian forces ship, probably. On the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirling sound. As I was right, this portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both sets of crew quarters and the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. This whole game's like 8-bit inspired, or like 16-bit. With like a story that's kind of meant to be very inspired by like old school, like sci-fi anime. From there, I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry up to meet the captain before I look around anywhere else. The ship's hangar. Since I'm on security detail, the only time I should be spending there is when I'm carrying out my daily checks. On a larger ship, you see people coming and going constantly, so it's eerie how quiet this one is. The mess hall. I don't imagine the ship this size has a cook or even a kitchen. So it's probably just a vendmate unit. Wonder what could be down that way. Fire control, maybe? Warning, low gravity. Central hub. Here we go. Bridge, sick bay. That's got separate lifts. Or that one's on the bridge, that one's down right now. That one's above us, that one's below us. That makes sense. You know, instead of saying the floor number, it just says the location. Where the lift is currently situated. As you enter the central hub, you hear a low whirling noise and the engines grow louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see the entrances to both the fore and aft side thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take me to the bridge, where the captain will be. I shouldn't waste any more time. Most of the ship can be accessed from the two thoroughfares, but some areas like the bridge are situated on different levels, so need to be accessed by elevator. There should be access for maintenance crawls ways around here somewhere, but those are usually only for emergencies. This is the second time you've mentioned maintenance areas to me. Like, it's a hint for later, maybe. Oh, the same dialogue for both. Okay. To the bridge. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who, at this point of the ship's journey, should be stationed on the bridge, make your way towards the elevators and press the call button. You step back and watch the indicators above each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. Ah, the classic. As you wait, your mind begins to wander, and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab into your back, and a voice from behind you... Well, a voice behind you declares, "Hands in the air, identify yourself." Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there only be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible, as far as you know. You're the only one, unless I was playing a prank, bro. To the hands in the air, punk. Of course, we don't know whose voice this is, so we don't know how to voice it yet. You tentatively raise your hands, palm flat and facing forwards, as whatever has been thrust into the small of your back is removed slowly, and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Dodgestar Security Detail ID SO 254 JFSG. I'm on my way to meet the captain to... Oh no. Oh, hi. He's a prankster. Clearly. Where you'd be expecting a gruff crew member, instead you're met with a bright and cheerful officer waving a pen around with a large smile on her face. So she's the ship's prankster, huh? I'm getting that vibe straight away. You just jabbed a pen in your back as it does a stick-up. Classic. You're taken aback for a moment, as this isn't just any officer. This is Cassie. What are you? Oh, we know Cassie? AJ, I've missed you so much. I can't do female voices very well. Immediately reminded of that one character in Gundam Age who kept smacking Sumi on the butt. I have to watch Age at some point, but it's not anywhere to watch. So she knows who I am. You big doofus, you should have seen your face when you turned around. You were all... I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you're playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble, so it's so cute. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known, really. She's always been one for bad jokes and stupid pranks, as long as you've known her. Lieutenant Commander, so she outranks me. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talents, she's not commanding a ship of her own. She's still a lieutenant commander. She does a good job, but she can't be trusted to be the captain. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did it get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted to you her in the first place. Oh. What do we mean here? Do we have a prior relationship? Oh, okay. Hey, I thought you'd have to figure this part out. I guess we've been dating for 2 years already. We've been dating for nearly 2 years now. But a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Oh, until now. Oh no, we're on the same ship. Oh no, don't let the captain know. Don't tell the captain. I'll get transferred. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on the Reliant. You never said you'd be here being transferred. What happened? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations on the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory from my career. Cassandra, please. Okay, so maybe when it came to time to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core. I see. Waiting for it to generate new code so I could just change all the existing passwords by a single digit? You place your face in your hands as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this. This is why she's never on command. And maybe it turns out when they run the cipher security drills, they assume that the enemy have your old passwords, so they try brute forcing from those. I see. Naruhodo. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds? But at least they found out I'd done that in a drill and not in the real engagement, right? Silver lining, I guess. And perhaps a lesson has been learned. I basically saved the entire ship in advance. Or you just prove the importance of refreshing the security codes and doing your job. I'm surprised you're still even stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck back in the records room at Europa Colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? It turns out this mission was organized at really short notice, and the Gundog was the only ship available. The problem was that they'd been having issues with the crew, so they had to transfer some in short notice. Luckily for me, that I'd also recently been made available. That's weird. I'd only just been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. Huh. You had something to do with this, didn't you? Also, good question, Ben. How's the volume of the music? I did turn it down a bit. It's not like too quiet on the stream, is it? That was great. Good. It was quite loud by default. I had to turn it down. But then obviously when it's on stream, it drops it even further, so that my voice is higher. Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts from the academy who works in resources to transfer you over here. I'm pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that. Oh, what was I supposed to do? Get stationed in some tiny ship heading out to the middle of nowhere with no one I know in the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad to see you. I missed you too, and you know, it's been a long time, and you just surprised me. You don't become part of the Reliance Operations Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, you said you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great, I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know the ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first? I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I know we're launching soon, and I thought I should probably report in as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Barter... Barteramus? Wait, how does... Barteramus? Muse? Wait. Barteramus? Why am I struggling to say this? Barteramus. Bartimus. There we go. Words. It's a long name. Isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Well, alright, in that case. Right. This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of this ship and met everyone on board. Couldn't we start with the captain, though? And then go on the tour? been a long time since we last saw each other too. We definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. Wink. Wink. Not now, Cassie. We're streaming. You can now access every area of the Gundog. Select the talk button to view the list of who is available to talk to. If you change your mind, select the talk button again. You look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to your first destination, waving at you to follow. It might be a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself with where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit, it wouldn't hurt to meet all the crew. Better to get to know them sooner rather than later. Okay, but which direction did you go? As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and you travel down the aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continues to grow louder. You effectively filter the noise out in the rest of the ship, and as you get closer to the rear of the ship, its volume increases considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? The engines are clearly too loud, right? I said, are the engines? I heard you the first time. I'm just messing with you. Okay, I see you. I see. No, it's Thursday. Friday, actually. You could have fooled me. I'd never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is it supposed to be like that? Supposed to? No, not really. But the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That or be the first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Or a patrol vessel. Which means, design-wise, they've prioritized speed above everything else. I guess the best way to sum it all up is that the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. Oh, the Defiant then. From DS9. We have the Defiant. Let's go. The Gundog's a Defiant. Now, does it have quantum torpedoes? Well, that's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Everyone loves the Defiant. Down that corridor is the armory where all the ship's firearms are stored. Normally access has to be granted from the bridge, but since you're the security officer, you've got access coded into your keycard. Oh yeah, because I'm in charge of security. That way leads to the engineering block. From there, you can access the engine room, the main computer, and most of the ship's systems. Although you won't be going anywhere near those systems if the chief has anything to say about it. You swipe your keycard with a card reader set into the terminal by the armory door. Instead of the door opening as we'd expect, you hear a harsh tone from the terminal. Looking at its screen, you see a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority. I mean, I haven't seen the captain yet, so that makes sense. Looks like your clearance hasn't been fully processed yet. You'll have to meet the captain before you can get into that room. I mean, that makes sense. Engineering. As the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thrum of the engines grows louder still. The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads onto one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the sides of various apparatus cycle through different readings. The light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. I sound like I'm in heaven. All this technology and engineering this is why I want to be. I love machinery. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. This is the central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and the central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolute minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything was important kept in one place. That way, they don't have to run from one end of the ship to the other to get all the repairs done if something does go wrong. You certainly know a lot about the ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah, whilst we're here, can you share some of that knowledge? What's that over there? That's the Atlantic conversion unit. Brian and Nog were pretty much still undefined. And what's that? Oh, that's the omnifaceted wane shaft. Okay, you're making that one up. What about that? That's the turbo encabulator? Question mark? Every day's a skill day. I'm head of the operations, not chief engineering, okay? I don't need to know what. Hey, no one better be screwing around up here. You both jump as a stern voice barks at you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below, the one you stood on. The crew member moving at speed towards the ladder that joins the 2 walkways. Oh, we're getting our ass kicked by the chief engineer, aren't we? I swear, if this finds so much as a single terminal reading out of place, I'm stuffing the 2 of you into the organics processing system. Oh, they mad. If I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors. The crew member continues to grumble as they descend. Oh, hi. Quinn, you better not be here telling me what your favorite pen has somehow fallen into the system block again. No, Chief. Got it right here. Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one, or you're going to need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. Introductions? And who's this? Our wayward security officer? You got a name there. You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you, without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like it adds the extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. She big lady. She's gonna kick my ass. She's like, oh, what's her name? In 0083. Engineer. He was a big lady too. Big, powerful lady. Lieutenant Dodgestar, security officer for the JFS Gundogs, ma'am. Less of that ma'am business, Dodgestar. Name's Mackenzie. Cathays, chief engineer. But that's chief to you. Ah, yes, I'm chief. Damn straight. Now, what are you doing in engineering? I was just giving Lieutenant Dodgestar a tour of the ship, Chief. That's so. You've never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never in a Swift class, Chief. I've only served in a strike or supply class. That's so. My strike vessel. The GFS Victory and the GFS Thunderbolt. Chief? Victory and Thunderbolt? Huh. Don't think either of those two are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen what the new streamlined distribution system. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory was part of that production. You can send and exchange a quick, nervous glance as the chief, who previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of the engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. Engineering brain, I love it. She's like, ooh, you served on some new models? Ooh. This look there, like kind of like Scotty and the JJ Star Trek. Like, well, somebody they found him on that little backwards planet. And the way he's like, ooh, the Enterprise. Because who doesn't want to be on the flagship, right? You continue to stand to a nervous attention as she ruminates about ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Oh, Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Dodgestar. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades. Anyway, sorry, Chief, don't think I could. Wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior, or minimal traversal impact. Although maybe it could be for that it takes. I think that would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll be going now. Oh, yeah, sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. She's nice. There's so much going on in here that I've got no idea what anything is. This could be a waste of processing unit, or it could be life support. Ah, oh, sorry, Chief. What was that? This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this part is an assessment center of sorts. It continuously samples the atmosphere on board the ship to ensure that it's an optimum level to keep us all alive. Oh, ah. So much machinery in here. What if the Cassie says is true and all the ship systems are packed in here? It could be anything. It's certainly giving off a lot of heat, though. That's the power distribution model. I suddenly got to talk in water. That's the power distribution model. Ah. Oh, Chief, it's you. What is it? The power distribution module. We're situated above the Gundog's main reactor, and this is the system which distributes the power to all the ship's various systems. She's proud of her ship. Oh, is that? Right. That, or at least to one of the ship's engine rooms. There's another engine room on the other side of the ship. As in the port and starboard, obviously. It's not really an efficient layout when you're running tasks and systems, but it's what they thought would work best in terms of keeping the Swift compact. Oh, thanks, Chief. Interrupted me. A10. Warthog? Thunderbolt? CC? That door leads to the central computer room. Contains the ship's mainframe that all of the ship's terminals are connected to. It also runs the majority of the ship's hardware. There's a primary access terminal located in there too that gives access to no other terminal on the ship. Gives access that no other terminal on the ship offers. But for security, only the captain has to use it. Great, thanks for the heads up, Chief. Cassie does not like being interrupted. Cool then. Are we allowed to go in any of the rooms right now? I feel like the Chief would be mad at me. If you watch from around the corner, Chief Cathy's continues to mutter to herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she'd climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing you over. Checking over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her. Just time for the doorway to the engine room to open and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's gotta be better than staying here with the chief. Ooh. The room you find yourself in is similar size to the area you just left, but whilst there was crammed full of huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled with one colossal cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shakes your whole body. So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like she said, the ship's outfitted with 2 of these. You see what you mean when you said about the gun dog as a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. This thing's massive. I know. I look at it and feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engine weren't there. And that's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive any smaller. Oh, hey, Chief. Ah, Chief. Oh, Chief. I know you said So these engines are actually combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. I feel like the Chief, while she doesn't want people wandering around and touching stuff, she's happy to share knowledge. If the HFDD wasn't here, then this engine could be about 10 times smaller than it is. Although I hear they've managed to improve the efficiency of the newer MPEs, so it's possible the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either of you tell me how a HFDD works? HFDD? Higgs field distortion drive. What they're teaching you at the academy. It's the drive that allows ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines. Although it's nowhere near faster than light. I would imagine we're only in the solar system, we don't need FTL. But even half the speed, even a fraction of the speed of light within the solar system would make travel times relatively short. I mean, if it's like 8 minutes for the sun's light to reach Earth, even if you traveled at a fraction of light speed, like 10% or even 1%, you'd probably still get in a couple of days. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Yeah, because think about with conventional rockets, it takes like 3 months to get to Mars. And its closest approach. So when Mars and Earth are the closest, it takes 3 months, I believe. With conventional rocketry for probes and stuff. And then you'd have to wait until the orbit comes around again to do the 3 months back. Otherwise, the journey would be far too long. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. Ooh, the Higgs boson, I've heard of that. Oh, right. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I've heard of the Higgs boson. So what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. As the Chief continues on with her explanation, you glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her, as you feel much the same way caught in this impromptu lecture. Then, because the particles retain their relationships with each other, the general perception is that the things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you quickly lose track of the Chief's explanation. Although you recognize those words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. Does that make sense? Yeah, so the field is it's got the mass, which is pushed. Oh, my neck just cracked. Oh. No. How to put it? Okay, so imagine that space is a ketchup packet and you're the sauce. I like where this is going. The sauce? Right, the sauce. Now, what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the packet. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet. Push the sauce. The packet is the universe, we're the sauce, and the drive is a thumb? You've got it. You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes. Is she doing the same thing? You know for certain that neither of you have got it. I mean, I get it. And that's why these engines have to be so big to house that drive. Oh, it all makes sense now. I see. Yes, definitely. Great. Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime. Just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything and I'll throw you out the airlock instead. Yes, Chief. Honestly, understandable. I wouldn't want anyone messing with my engine room. Sauce? Cassandra's mind is still blown. One of the ship's 2 engines. Apparently, it's that big because it's a combination of standard nuclear pulse engine and a hex field distortion drive. I think I almost lost consciousness when the chief was explaining it to me. What if... I suppose the access denied, right? Playing error message. Looking at a screen, you see a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Okay. Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access. Oh, I don't think any of the ships I've been on have had computer systems like that. The bigger the ships usually have their computing distributed among multiple systems across the ship. But because they're also got large crews, they're more that... Because they also got large crews, there's more that the people on board are responsible for. God, I have words. I think that's because the Swift class is so small and there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. I see. You said operations have access? Can we take a look using your authority? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliance computer system seriously, the captains told me not to mess around with it. Ah. But it's not that interesting anyway. And we can't go to the armory yet. Central hub. Back to the front of the ship. You head away from the central hub. The noise from the engines becomes quieter, and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of you, with doorways leading to other areas of the ship, visible in the distance. And here we are in the four-field thoroughfare. I know I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard. What did you just say? Four-side thoroughfare. No, I don't think you did. I 100% said four-side thoroughfare. For fair. Aha. It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Four-side thoroughfare, four-side thoroughfare, four-side thoroughfare. Aha, yourself. Well, we'll call this one a draw then, Lieutenant. Ship's hangar. Mess hall. I wonder what kind of vending machine they have. The hangar, that could be the next stop on the tour, I guess. As the two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare and away from the crew quarters, Cassie stops by a double-sized doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it. Watch your step. She instructs, tapping her knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door. Ah, yes, low gravity in there. That reads low gravity zone. Once the door opens, she heads through and you follow her into the wide stairwell. It only takes 2 sets of steps before you can feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you've reached the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping into the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the 2 armored frames, stood as if on guard, facing onto the main area of the hangar. Armored frames. We were piloted one of those in the war, or at least we got stuck in one. Although you fully expected to see them here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of the armored frame stirs uncomfortable memories. And you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you've grabbed tightly. Ah. Trauma. Oh, we getting flashback? Okay. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God. Ma'am, help. The line of retreat is totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship, ma'am. What do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4 on me. We're going to punch a hole through their formation and... Yeah, that was a prologue. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just the changing gravity level left me a little bit queasy. I know how you feel. I was late for the hangar audit once and rushed in straight after a big lunch. Ooh, yeah, that'll do it. I was moving so fast that with the gravity shift, my stomach contents couldn't keep up. Gross. Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. She just threw up in her mouth. You know, the rule for low gravity zones. What you spew is left up to you. I wasn't going to be late and on cleaning duty. Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll go see if I can find him. Sure. You watch as despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over onto the emptiness. Just like in Gundam. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching onto one of the armor frame's legs and using it to swing herself around to float in a different direction. You place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features on the armored frame's heads and sigh deeply. That throws up. I think she's got practice now. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch on one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything as you'd expect. Armored frame, weapon racks, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks that pattern. It's weird, I can't find him anywhere. I know he's definitely in a shift right now. He should be around somewhere. Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame of the ajar cockpit hatch, and a thought strikes you. I think he might have an idea. Follow me. carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie had performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it. Leaving the discipline up to me again? Huh. Cassandra nimbly clambers into the armored frames, positioning herself right above the cockpit. Bracing herself in the machine's chest, she brings her heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor. Cadet Garage, attention! You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud and a string of muttering, cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit. I was just checking the calibrations, the calibrations of the AF. I got some feedback. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Excuse me, just? Is that how you address your superior officer, cadet? Oh, ma'am, no, ma'am. I was not expecting to see you in this hangar, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, cadet, this is Lieutenant Dodgestar, ship security officer. Sir, Cadet Dalton Grange, Jr., engineer. Good to meet you, cadet. Looks like they've got you working hard. Looks like, oh, no, sir. Well, that is, yes, sir, but not so hard that I'm falling asleep. No, sir. I was recalibrating the sensors array and on the... Take it easy, cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives. I took mine during wartime, it's fine. Well. Of course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders, so you probably need to get back on with whatever you were doing, huh? I totally forgot. She's gonna kill me. Good kid, right? I feel sorry for him already. Yeah, I mean, they have the answer to chief. The chief is scary. Most of these crates contain mechanical supplies, spare parts, tools, etc. There's a few that contain all the long life ingredients for the van mate in the mess hall, and then some that contain various essentials for the crew. On a ship like this, it's an operations duty to act like a quartermaster, but I've been on some ships where you're friendly with the hangar crew, they can sneak you out the good stuff. Not that I condone that kind of behavior, obviously. Obviously, I'm security officer. I don't condone that. No. We're security. Hangars also used to store the various tools and equipment that the engineering team used throughout the ship. A lot of the machinery is used for moving freight or AF equipment around. The main hangar door is typically only used when the ship is docked to bring on board large containers or equipment. On a ship like this, the AS launched from smaller hatches underneath them. Okay, they go down and out. There's also a maintenance airlock somewhere, so that whole hangar doesn't need to be depressurized if there's work to be done outside. Those two armor frames are both Juno models, the workhorse of the Jovian colony's fleet's military. They look like they're a newer type than the one I piloted in the Kaylee. Or on the Kaylee. Gaelic. Almost piloted. Yeah, I suppose I never did actually pilot one. Just sat in the cockpit and got stuck. Yeah, that was the thing. So, Cadet Dodgestar, or Ensign Dodgestar, during the war, it was literally your very first sortie. You'd never flown the real thing, only been simulations apparently. And that's when the docking clamp got stuck. And the rest of your squad got killed. So we never actually piloted it. Only simulations. Knowing Cassie's appetite for snacks, this will probably be the next place we go. Not my fault, it was the engineering crews. And here we have the highlight of the entire tour, the mess hall. Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that you're stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines, all here. This is the highlight. Looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me. You bet. You know why? Tell me. Because they've got both of the different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks spicy potato chips and the white one that has all the different chocolate bars. Wow, so that's all bases covered, huh? They've got all the fundamental food groups. Spicy chips and chocolate. Put some flaming hot monster mush in there. I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn! A rough voice calls out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because of Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner, stands up, drops a half a smoked cigarette into a coffee cup and strides over. Boy, hey. Nice shades and jacket. What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? Lieutenant Rummy, were you just smoking in the mess hall? Take it easy, Quinn. I was sat right by the extractor vent for the mule vendor. No harm, no foul. That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from Yeah. I'm getting pilot vibes. They haven't even told her who this person is yet, but I'm getting pilot vibes. So anyway, who's this hottie? Oh. Hi. Alarm bells. Cassandra, combat mode. She's hitting her man. Meet Haru. Well, it told me before. Oh, yeah, right there. Well, cat's out it, cut her tongue. Name's Haru. Haru Rumney. What about you, good looking? Oh, Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar Ship Security. AJ Dodgestar, huh? Haha, no way, really. Last time I checked. Well, alright then. Good to know. That's all for me, Dodgestar. You know where my quarters are, right? Across the hall for me, I think. Yeah, I do. Nice, catch you later. What was that all about? Cassie? You know where their room is, do you? I mean, I do. It's nearby. I didn't do that. I know that I went to room, is it right? But, should have kept my mouth shut. It's across the hall. Foot in mouth. Like Cassie said, both kinds. For some reason, certain ships sometimes only have the red one or the white one. So I can get why she's excited. Vendmate. A standard food vendor unit installed in all JCF ships. It's half robotic chef, half vending machine. Just select what you want and it prepares it for you. Replicator, right? The ingredients are almost all long life synthetic reproductions, but it's pretty convincing. And when you're done, you can slot the plate back in for cleaning. Neat. Putting out your half-smoked cigarette and your half-drunk coffee. Pretty gross. Don't know why smoking in a ship hasn't been banned yet. Wait, it's not banned? It's just burned upon? Cassie, shall we get some chips or something? Okay then. Is there somewhere I can throw this away? You know, don't worry about it. I'll find it. She's mad. Hey, Cassie, have you had lunch yet? Should we get something from the vendor? Oh no, I'm in the doghouse now. Ah, right. Well, we should be on our way. Oh, Cassie, before we go, do you want something from the vending machine? Chocolate? Chips? Soda? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, Lieutenant. I promise I didn't get what Hara was saying about the room. Okay, but it's going to be chocolate bar. Okay, sure. Wait, 2 chocolate bars. Sure. Wait, 3. Yeah. That's minimum price for that scenario. Your Cassie will show me what's down there soon enough. Fire control? Ooh. Moving beyond the mess hall and the hangar access, the 2 of you continue to the furthest end of the four-side thoroughfare. Try saying that 3 times. The door at the very end of the corridor is shut. The words fire control painted on it in large, large, stencilized letters. Cassandra swipes her keycard through the reader by the door before turning to you. So this is fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, we'll see. That's pretty cryptic. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust as the strip's lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the fluorescent glow from an alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seems to not be showing much more than a few specks in a black background. From experience, though, you know what you're looking at. It's a live feed of cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center of the alcove facing away from you is a seat, the ones on the bridge. Oh, we haven't been to the bridge yet. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tiny rhythmic hiss coming from it. So anyway, all of the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. These screens give the gunner a panoramic view of... Is the gunner here right now? Is the gunner in the room with us right now? If so, give us a sign. You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but then you can't be sure. It's not just the flash of a readout reflecting off the surface. Oh, Dylan? Yeah, he's here. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but... Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to oh god. Surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's on the other side of the chair without noticing her. He quickly turns back to you after a moment's notice. Pause. He just looks so in the zone, you know? Seems ashamed to just interrupt him. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again after a moment, quietly gestures for you to come take a look. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. His eyes are closed and his face a picture of absolute serenity. He is just vibing in here. He's he's doing some calibrations. Well, position-wise, it is pretty much where the Normandy's was. Think about it. Over his ears are possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've seen in your entire life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down to it, and his wrists flick constantly. Yep, he's listening to tunes. Like the music he's listening to is faint. Gundam Thunderbolt time. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. You realize that the hiss you hear is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to escaping from those substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a bit more attentive? Don't worry, he's fine. He's not even on duty. Yeah, but what if there's an alert? Let's find out. Cassandra moves over to a panel just before the monitor-laden alcove takes a receiver off the wall and enters a few numbers into the keypad. Oh, she's going to trigger one to startle him. Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system in the fire control? No, I know it's not scheduled. It's just a spot check, yeah? Random testing, you know? Chief's orders. She's going to be... Will Chief be mad at this, or will she find it funny? Either way, this is going to be hilarious. Of course she asked. Why would I asking on the spot check? Or spot check of the alert and the fire control? The Chief didn't ask. You're a darling, thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Loud noises. In an instant, you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire control systems, their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall of monitors. False alarm? Hey, Dylan, don't mind us. Just had to do a spot check on the alarm system. Chief's orders. Oh, hey, Quinn. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar, ship security. Oh, hey. Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. Nuts. Gunner, welcome aboard. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo. So I'm going to rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you. Well, at least he's on the ball. Every single one of these screens is linked to a camera on the ship's hull. Although it doesn't look like it, this actually represents a 360-degree view around the gun dock. Can I look at it? These screens only come with one channel. And it doesn't look like there's anything interesting on right now. If I can talk to people. Alright, I guess we're gonna go... Crew quarters 1 and 2, fire control more. Central hub. We should probably go down to sickbay and the bridge. Elevator door has open at... because we can check out the crew quarters later. Into a wide open room. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns at your nostrils. Ah. Ouch. Get disinfected. Like, Dettol. Also handy for ripping paint off of plastic. You want to take paint off a model kit? Soak it in some Dettol overnight. Next day, scrub it off a toothbrush. Or, you know, not the one you use normally, obviously. Like a trash one. And then, you know, wash it. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay. A set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side, and a large gallery window set to the other wall. Another indicating the presence of a surgery wing. I don't need the Dettol, that'd sting a lot. Especially because to use it normally for wounds and stuff, you have to dilute it. Well, in its raw form, great for stripping off paint and not damaging plastic. Make sure you wear gloves. In the middle of the room is a large desk set to the face of the entrance, or set to face the entrance. On the other side, closest to you, there are 2 chairs, and on the other sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until you look up. Hi, old man. Miss Quinn, excellent timing. I just finished an analysis of your... Hey, Doc. Don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer. Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Dodgestar. I'm the ship's doctor. See for Rosarium. I've reviewed your file already. So please feel free to stop by with any complaints. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk to you about your gastro... Honestly, Doctor, it's fine. We can talk about it. Intestinal... Doctor, later. Gastrointestinal distress? Okay, got it. Distress. There we go. There it is. Gastrointestinal distress. He got tummy issues. Okay, Doctor. A moment, please. Honey, if you could just give me a few minutes with the doctor. Yeah, no problem. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his ass sleeve and drags him over the surgery wing, yanking him through the behind her. Once the door closes, you can't hear them, but you can still see the 2 through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away and examine the nearby poster on space illnesses. Yes, thank you, Doctor. I understand. So that includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood. But as I've explained, you've got a full supply of Nutri-Shake powder and should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor and should alleviate your... Basically, because you eat junk food all the time. Got it. Doctor! Doctor, patient confidentiality. Tummy troubles. This tour is moving on. Those badges are for patients who need to stay in sickbay for whatever reason. All the monitors behind them are to display patients' vital statistics. It's rare you'll see one used. All those cupboards and cabinets are jam-packed with different medical supplies, tools, nutritional supplements, and so on. I guess it's good to have it all on hand. That portion of sickbay is separated off for surgical procedures. It has its own separate environmental controls and is completely sealed from the rest of the ship when in use. It also contains robotic assistant units. It's state of the art, but you'd still never want to end up in there. That is very true. Alright then, Central Hub. Your quarters are down this way, huh? That's right. Why? I was wondering where you'd be. On Swift class, there's 2 different quarter sections. One has all the department chiefs, while the other has the crew that work within those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you'd count as department head or not. Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it. Oh, that's not. What I meant was that, I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instruction anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way. I guess so. When you put it like that. So have you met any of your neighbors yet? Well, let's see. Hanson Cruz. Yeah, I know this guy. Oh, you've met him already? Not on the Gundog. I knew him back in the Kaylee. Oh. Oh. Is he the guy you told me about? That's right. Not what you'd call my biggest fan. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. So Mr. Crow's here, we know, and apparently he's a dickhead. Got it. This is Hara's room. They've definitely heard what Hansen has to say about me. Probably best I don't run into them too often. Dalton's room. Kid could probably do with taking a little bit of time to relax every now and again. Dylan's room. I can't believe he's only using it when his ship's docked. Foresight thoroughfare. Oh, wait. As you step into your quarters, Sandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before turning to face you. Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you? I've only just got here. That's not a lot of time to make a mess. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Jovian military supplies just aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was an operational error? What's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing. Just considering all the possibilities. Wait, is that... What? Lieutenant Dodgestar, don't tell me that. What is it? Your chair is not perfectly aligned with the terminal. I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I would have made more of an effort if I knew the officer doing spot checks was such a stickler. I suppose I wouldn't have to report you to the captain. This time with Lieutenant. Foresight thoroughfare. Let's check the other side out. And this is the second set of crew quarters, where operation staff, that's me and Vanessa, our department heads, and the captain have their quarters. Makes sense. Of course, it's obviously why you'd come this way, so soon after finding out I was part of the crew. What do you... I'm supposed to be meeting the captain soon. I know, and despite that, you've let your libido get you into my quarters, you animal. Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease. The nameplate reads Cassandra Quinn. I don't really need an explanation on who that room belongs to. Mackenzie's, that is Chief's room. She seems pretty committed to the job. I bet she doesn't spend much time here. Dr. Rosarium's room, you know, I bet he's not been in here since he's been boarded. This is Vanessa's room. She's great. We've worked together in operations. Oh yeah, you're friends already. Oh yeah, definitely. She's done so much for me already. She's always letting me know that she's covered for me when I'm late, that she's picked up some of my tasks when I'm running behind. She's a little angel. Cassandra, I run your diagnostic again. I don't know what I would do without her. Sounds like you're pain in her arse more than anything. She's an absolute dear. I'm sure she doesn't resent you at all. Oh, by the way, if you ever want to access my quarters, passcode for the lock is 0211. Pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. 0211, got it. That's right. It's... Oh no. Oh no. 0211. Right. Let's think about this for a second. The current year is 214. And it says they've been dating for 2.5 years? Which would be 211. Yeah, the current year is 214. And they've been dating for like 2.5 years, I believe. I think it said. So the anniversary would make sense is 211. When the year they met. Come on, you didn't think I'd forget, did you? Hey, good job. Oh, wait. Before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy the place up? I was almost late for my duties shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put stuff away, okay? Yeah, sure. Aha, I remembered something I was only told an hour ago. Good Lord, we've been streaming for 2 hours. Half an hour for the prologue, and another hour and a half just wandering the ship. But hey, Bloomer, welcome on in. Keeping herself between you and the entrance to her room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to its right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through and, before it's even all the way open, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time she obstructs your view of her quarters. Thanks, I won't be long, promise. A few minutes pass and you continue to stand gingerly outside of the Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footstep coming from the foresight thoroughfare, but they all move on to other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why your security is lurking outside one of the operations officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie. Someone in the closet now. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain on the lookout for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out there. How's it going in there? Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out. And the last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh, step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. Done, come in. Welcome, make yourself at... As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on a discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. As you begin to fall over, you reach out to catch onto something to stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out... It's a trap! ...thrown over the back seat, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat clattering down to the floor with you. I feel the what is the word we're looking for here? Damn, girl, you live like this? Right? That's the phrase we're looking for here. See my hairdryer just lying in the middle of the floor. This is her doing tating. Right? But she said she just did tidying before she let me in, right? If this is her tidying, what was it like a minute ago? Oh no, AJ, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie... Yeah? I thought you said you were tidying this place up. I was. Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system... Ah, yes. I know the type. It may be a bunch of piles, but you know what's in each pile. Totally not me. You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs his assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about securely stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great. From what I've heard, her quarters are worse in a worse state than mine. Is that right? Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be in use as extra storage space. Even the chair is covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operations, you'd think she'd make more use of it for terminal than anyone else on the board, but can't see how she uses it like this. I mean, clearly she takes the stuff off the chair, puts it on her bed, and then when she goes to bed, she takes stuff off the bed, puts it on her chair. Totally don't do that. Ever. What? The front panel of the storage unit looks like it's barely managed to stay shut. Could that be what the bang was earlier? Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act like an extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Oh boy. ADHD? Maybe. I think we should probably go to the captain now. We've been everywhere else. To the bridge. You step from an elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you're given pause to wonder if you misjudged as she blissfully straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman shoots you a look but remains seated in her station, quickly turning away when she realizes you've caught her looking your way. You presume from her position on the bridge that she must be a member of operations like Cassandra. This must be the Vanessa she mentioned. Water. Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute, with Cassandra quickly following suit. Hydrating again? Okay. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn entering the bridge in accompaniment of Lieutenant Dodgestar. You're taken aback slightly as you realize that you've hardly ever seen Cassie be serious about anything ever in her position. Whenever she's had to talk about her assignment, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught off guard that you almost missed the captain addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause, which you can tell is the captain sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a little bit longer than you're comfortable with, until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification we'd had to come aboard had been a system issue. I trusted you hadn't had too hard a time finding your way to the bridge. You injured yourself? No, ma'am. I was just... You glanced over to Cassandra, who is maintaining a completely straight face. We can check out anywhere you want before we head to up there. Yeah, right. Hey, Jet. No, I know it's time for maintenance right now. I think the maintenance just started for Sinduality. Oh yeah, I saw like the last 2 hours were like red storms and nothing but red storms. So that post. It's like, that'd be cool if I wasn't planning to stream already. You fix your gaze straight ahead, and this wouldn't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitude had got you in trouble with higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship in case I came up with any queries that I could field to you. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? No, ma'am. Very good. Yeah, it's very like old school, isn't it? Just came out yesterday. Stories from Saul the Gun Dog. We indie team. And I love that we've been playing. I've been streaming for 2 hours, and I'm just meeting the captain of our ship because I went around everywhere else already. It's definitely it's basically inspired by like those old style games, and like classic sci-fi anime as well. Well, I'm glad you could make it. Eventually. This mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard without a formal reception. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you to the gun dog. You'd not realized in your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that if this was an urgent dispatch, the ship would launch as soon as all of its crew were aboard. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late. Yes, we'd been sent word. That wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take this opportunity to formally welcome you to the JFS Gundog. My name is Captain Maris Bartimeus. Captain Maris Bartimeus. I run as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I can anticipate that you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartimeus' introduction is almost lethargic. Your card, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Light and button want to be. Also Gundam. In some cases, you would need to use an item to proceed, but in others, you use an item or not to use. Impossible. Select the item button to open the inventory. Classic click adventure. He inspects it for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. You watch as she enters some commands into the console. Before inserting your card into a slot, there's a sound of whirling, followed by a series of beeps. Before your card is ejected, and the captain takes it back. Retro sounds, love it. By selecting the function button, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move from one location to another without visiting areas in between. That's handy. If an event happens somewhere on the way, on this way, you will move to that location instead. So basically you can't miss anything happening. It'll just go, okay, you're en route to this location. Something happened on the way. Oh no! You can also view your current objectives and other important information. To return, select the function button again. Jovian Colony Fleet Datapad. Yeah, here's the map. We're on the bridge. Of course, it's the central thoroughfare. Ooh, itchy ear. So you have mess hall, fire control at the front, the hangar, obviously port and starboard, and then port side quarters, quarter 1, my own quarters, front side of the ship, crew quarters 2, commander's quarters, the captain's quarters, of course you have the bridge, sick bay, well the airlock actually, the control, armory, sick bays there. Armory, aft thoroughfare, engine room, engineering, central computer. Tasks. Get familiar with the Gundog and her crew. Introduce yourself to all the Gundog's crew. Visit the armory, collect your duty sidearm. Introduce yourself to the captain. Introduce yourself to others on the bridge. Visit the airlock, visit the captain's quarters, catch up with Cassandra. Okay, we've got a few things to do still. Well, I should talk to everyone on the bridge now properly. Okay, get like lower stuff. Armored frames. With this, Lieutenant Dodgestar, you now have access to all areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibility began with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. Say hi to Arthur Newman and Maramis, yeah. Ah, Newman, best helmsman in Gundam. Who else would do a freaking barrel roll in atmosphere with the carrier? We are also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. Meet the captain. With the exception of some physical controls, the ship of the size of the Gundog can be controlled entirely from the bridge. Navigation, automated combat systems, security measures, you name it. It all can be done by a few crew members in this room. Oops, the control panel. The bridge is one of the few places on any ship where you can actually see out into space. And in combat, these windows are covered by blast shutters, and the bridge crew rely on sensors and small cameras mounted on the outside of the ship, which makes perfect sense. That's the captain's chair. Although the majority of the ship can be controlled by the operations staff, there's a few select systems that only the captain can authorize, and they're all done from that chair. You need a captain's clearance level to access them though, so not like you can just sit down and activate them. Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Dodgestar, it's the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Great, I've got this. See you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about. That's right, Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of... I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be. Ouch. Oh, you bitch. That cut deep. Oh, is that, right. Okay. I thought it was too good to be true that someone dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we've just got another lunk. A lunk? Well, how was it you even got transferred here on short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... Whoa, hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course, I hope this is the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Oh, we've met the whole crew then, have we? Yep, we have met everyone. Go to the armory, get last farm. Apparently check out the airlock. Captain's quarters have been there. Okay, we can now use the function button. Go straight to the armory. Swipe your keycard through the card reader, set into the terminal by the armory door. There's a slight delay, but quickly enough, the terminal flashes a message, access granted, and the door slides open. The first thing that you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms in the training center back at the military academy on Europa colony. You hope the airlock doesn't accidentally open when Vanessa's walking past it? Oh, no, it's fine. We should be fine. As you walk past them, you take a close look and realize that they're the exact same kind of benches used on the larger ships you've been stationed on, which had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Wow, the bigger ships have full-on stuff. Also, is it just me, or do those look like bolter pistols? They do look like bolter pistols, right? The Emperor protects. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear from body armor or electronic shock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. And there's another locker. Now, I think we've got stun batons over here. Looks like a nightstick. That obviously is a stun stick. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside the ship's armory. That's not really surprising. It's only a security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. To ensure that there's no panic or crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Yeah, we don't want someone who doesn't know how to use a pistol getting a hold of a pistol. Or maybe someone who's only trained in the pistol taking an assault rifle. You know, they couldn't handle the recoil. That's standard regulation, you should know that. Well... He's such an airhead. All I remember from my firearm training was when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from the operations. Ah. I see. Our trainer made me use a hand crank battery charger to recharge all the power packs as punishment. That must have taken forever. You bet. Well, you should have seen my gun shows afterwards. Pew pew. She got the gains. Alexander Quinn is the reason shell-proof lids exist. Yep, that's about right. Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm. I should get it whilst I'm here. This locker contains a variety of small arms and light weapons. They're only for use against external hostile forces. Even then, their stopping power is relatively low because of the dangers of using live rounds inside of a ship. Yeah, you want to punch a hole in the exterior. This locker contains electroshock weapons. They're non-lethal and intended to be used for crew control in case of a mutiny or violence that breaks out for some other reason. The spacesuits in here are for the ship's security detail. They're a little bit more robust than the suits handed out to the rest of the crew, for obvious reasons, but aside from that, they don't offer much tactical advantage. Duty sidearm. This is the weapons locker with the electroshock weapons, and I'm authorized to take one small weapon for here as part of my role as security officer. This one will do. I have a little electro pistol. Electro shotgun. What's that? It's just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. It fires a barbed projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but it's more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. I got a taser. Right. I see. Absolutely not. I see that look. Aw, come on. Visit the airlock and the captain's quarters and then catch up with Cassandra. And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked. Thanks, but I've already been here. Oh, really? When? Actually, I think I'm confusing it with somewhere else. What else can you tell me? Well, it's got one of the best views on the ship, for one thing. You look around but can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to on a military vessel where an inclusion like that could compromise the structure. Here? Really? Yeah, really. Check it out. Sender strides over the terminal set to the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands onto it. You hear a sequence of beeps and she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you can see is a dark display with a few errant pixels suspended on it. Is that working? Of course it's working, look. You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment, you eventually realize that's an external feed. That's right. Normally you can only see out the gun dug from either the bridge or the hangar. But the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations. You can access the feeds from the terminals around the ship. That's actually pretty cool. But isn't the view from the bridge or the hangar better, you know, because you're actually looking out? Well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get the view yourself. No one ever comes here, and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet, out of the way. And with a fancy screen like that, it's basically the real view. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want. Thanks. These spacesuits are for emergencies only. Every crew member has an assigned suit that's stored near the main station, or their main station. These suits here in case of evacuation when those stations are inaccessible. Underneath that panel is the manual control for the external airlock hatch, just in case of mechanical power failure. I had to open one as part of a drill before, and it's not easy. Aside from the fact that controls the airlock, it's the terminal like any other, although with the silence, I suppose this one's good for getting a relaxing view of stars. This is the main crew airlock for crew use. It's used to load and offload basic supplies and equipment. Everything else is brought in through the hangar airlock. Right then, captain's quarters, catch up with Vanessa. Cassandra. Why is that Vanessa? Cassandra. Captain's quarters? The captain's quarters sit at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor by the small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the others in the corridor, it displays the occupant's name, in this case Captain Marius Bartimeus. Getting better at pronouncing that. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms on the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back. Well then. That leaves one task. Cassandra's quarters. How are you finding the gun dog so far? Enjoying tour? The ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've ever been stationed on. Tour's first class though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out for you, you could start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa. You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed here a few days. Imagine all the inside knowledge you could share about Europa colony. Yeah, you're right. And over here we have the statue of the workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth and hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut. Then again, You don't think that's the kind of thing people would want to know? Maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyway. How are you finding the gun dog so far? You've been on the ship a few days now. How are you finding it? Well, it's not too bad, obviously. It's not like being stationed on the Reliant, which is another Defiant class ship. A whole lot smaller, and there's way less people. But then there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartimeus is pretty lax compared to the captain. Oh no, yeah, the Miranda class, Reliant Rafkan, that's what I was thinking of. Very loud compared to Captain Zing. Then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. And then you brought me along, right? Except for us, except for us. I obviously didn't mean that about you. How do you feel about being transferred from the Reliant? So, about your transfer from the Reliant. I know, we don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it from Captain Singh, my dismissal, and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You won't make an excellent captain if you took your... No, you would make an excellent captain if you took your duties seriously. Your academy scores were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech. One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them too. Ooh, wow. Deep cut. Hey, Cassie. And it's absolutely worth hearing it for you, because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares. I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. Want to be okay? You know, a ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out, okay, you can always put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The GCF is still building up its navy, so there'll be loads of opportunities. And if that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back on Europa. Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operation anyway. I think you'd be great at whatever you do. Decide to do. And whatever that is, I'll be here to support you through it. Oh, aren't I a good boyfriend? Cassie? You're so cheesy sometimes. Hey. Come here. What do you want to do when we got some shore leave? So now that we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. And do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do? I hadn't thought about it. I guess this means that we'll be able to go on a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Did you hear about the new colony that's added to the Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planners have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens. A water park? What's that? You've never heard of a water park? Never. They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies. They're building, and they're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. All the e-magazines are saying that they're going to be the coolest thing to do on the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools? but like really exciting. Okay, I guess we're next out. I'll see if I can book us some tickets to this mythical water park. Awesome. I've done everything I need to do now, I guess. Cassandra leading the way. Two of you leave Cassandra's quarters behind you and step onto the crew quarters corridor. Number 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and right before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, AJ. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only GFS Gundog. I hope you enjoy the tour. I did. Probably up there in my top 5 ships orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to me on board the Thunderbolt. So if that didn't happen, I guess it'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence. It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, in that case, 5 stars, great tour, especially the guide. So now that the tour's over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I've been everywhere, so let's advance. I think it's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission log before tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible. I've got the late shift tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in too. If you leave the crew quarters corridor number 2 behind, I feel like crew corridor 1 and 2 would be better calling it L and R, but then that might confuse people from like left and right and port starboard. But 1 and 2 probably easier. You both head back to your quarters. Cassandra being on board had been a huge surprise, but having spent the time with her, you found that all the anxiety you've been feeling, you've boarded and disappeared completely. You continue to chat casually about your schedules, the mission, and your plans for the next shore leave. Eventually, you reach the Forsyth thoroughfare, and you turn down the corridor that leads to your quarters. Okay, I'll see you soon then. Well, look who it is. The Kalik Coward. Oh yeah, there's one crew member we haven't met yet. You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance to the corridor. Although, you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere. The real giveaway is the nickname, when you thought you escaped a long time ago. Hanson Cruz. Or, as you knew him, Killick 3. He survived. One of the members of the Killick squadron who'd taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed. Full 13 hours after he'd launched. Wow. From what you'd heard from the other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in the debris field. Okay. He's kind of badass. I see. By shutting down the majority of his subsystems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. Yeah, he's evil flaming, pretty much. Evil flamings are dude, especially looking wise. When he came back to the Kalik and saw your armored friend was still suspended from its restraints, he had instantly blamed you for the squadron being wiped out. Don't blame me. Blame the maintenance crew and their shitty maintained restraints. They've taken off when you were supposed to, he argued. The squadron wouldn't have been portion would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Kalik squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. Ouch. Hey, Haru. What's up, Lieutenant AJ? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called AJ Dodgestar had come to our was our new security officer, I had to come take a look. No way I could be that wimp from back on the Kalik. It had to have been dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. Yeah, hydrating is a good call because I'm talking a lot more than I normally do. Got like another half-liter of water, that's so I'm good. Maybe having salt and vinegar crisps earlier was a bad idea. Oh, dry my mouth out. Boy, I guess the JCF is so desperate they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Dodgestar? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so you had to put you with the smallest crew they could find. You instinctively make your hands into fists, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. Don't want him to know he's getting on my nerves. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Kalik, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colonies, while you were both on shore leave. Well, that sucks for shore leave. Each time had ended badly. I could say nothing, I can tell him to stand down. You almost lash out at Hansen, but stop yourself before you do. The two of you are on this ship together, whether you like it or not. And the last thing you want is to let him know that he can get a rise out of you so easily. You fight the urge to just draw your electroshock weapon there and now. Oh, wow, yeah. You tased him right there and then. It'd be easy to put an end to this that way, you think, but you know that in the long term, it's probably the worst decision you can make. Instead, you grit your teeth. Stand down, Ensign. This kind of behavior is out of line. We still an ensign? Oh, what are you going to do, Lieutenant? Confine me to quarters? On what grounds? Hurting your feelings? Give me a break. Where was this spine 4 years ago? Huh? You're happy to throw your weight around against your comrades, but not the enemy? See what I was saying, Haru? The lieutenant here's a coward. And has been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for himself. Ensign Cruz, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Dodgestar is... I can't stand up for yourself, so getting this ditz to do it for you, is it, Lieutenant? Okay, you just insulted a superior officer. Calling the lieutenant commander a ditz. I think you now gave me grounds. Cruz, you stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Dodgestar to throw you into solitary and write you up myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officers got it in them to even try. You think you can take me on, Dodgestar? Strong and silent? Hands in the orders are orders? Do you want mean business? I mean, I have the power to put him in his place. Orders are orders. You step up to Hansen and place your hand on your hips, squaring directly to him. You look into his eyes and wait for him to blink. A few 10 seconds pass, but eventually he blinks first. You'll hold on to the sigh of relief for now. Ensign Cruz, that's a request from a senior officer. I suggest that you don't force the Lieutenant Commander to make it an order. You're so close that you can feel Hansen's hot breath on your face. as he exhales through his nose and smirks. Why is that? Words you might... Why is that? Words you might... Wait, blah, blah, blah. Why is that? Worried about what you'd have to do when I disobey it? Come on then, Lieutenant. What's it going to be? You going to show me who's boss on board the ship, or are you going to make me obey that order? Are you going to make me obey that order? You want to think long and hard about what you're going to do, Lieutenant? Never know when you're going to need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here, right? I'm not heartless. I'll even help losers like you out if you've done me a solid or two. It's getting really hard playing hard. So maybe you should act like a professional for once. Or are you going to do something stupid and show the Lieutenant Commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is? You take a deep breath and give him what he wants. Stand up to him. With Hansen's breath hot on your face, you do everything you can to not bat an eye at the last comment, but despite your best effort, your hands are clenched into fists. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him, like an aura, and it takes all the bravado you can muster not to step down. The two of you stand like this for longer than you'd like, until... Would you two knock it off already? Nani? the face of Nani. Whereas Haru's just chilling. She's enjoying the show. I'm on duty this evening, and I don't want to have to update the captain that both of her new security officer and lead pilot are in the sick bay. All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. So both of you stand down. That's an order. Both of you and Hansen are taken aback for a moment, like two school children who've been caught in the playground squabbling. You turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hansen's air of machoism has been dented by the surprise outburst. No, I don't want to hear it from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Cruz, I want you to report to the chief at 0400. You're helping her clean out the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Dodgestar, we'll discuss this later. Oh, will we? Hey, what? You can't... I'm pretty sure she can, bitch. Ensign. Piss off. Cassandra is not taking his shit. That's an order. For the first time since you've met him, Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hansen thrusts both his hands into his jacket pockets, turning on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. He cocks his head, gesturing to Hiro to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Good thing someone in this crew is able to keep everyone in check, everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officer's up to the task. That parting shot fired, both Haro and Hansen disappear around the corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they'd been. Cassie crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick. No diverting and using alternate words, going straight for like, yeah. Could have gone with asshole, but no, we're going with go call him a dick. Because he is a dick. A higher tier than asshole. Like there's asshole and there's a dick. Dick is worse. I told you he's a real. And you, what was that performance all about? I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've got to... I know, but you can't let him get to you like that. Otherwise, he'll keep coming time and after time till one of you does something they'll regret. Team America, yeah, Team America logic, yes. Good point. I guess I was saying that, I was like, where have I heard this before? Team America. That's a hilariously dumb film. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks glow or flush. You're definitely filled with a sense of shame for being caught out acting so childishly. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry too much about it. Running into him much anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage to smirk. Thanks for you stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level. Don't worry about it. Take it easy and don't let what he said get to you. I'm gonna go ready for my shift, so see you soon. Sure. I guess I'll catch you in the morning. Sounds good. Oh, one more thing. What's that? Oh, sorry. What's that? Cassie steps forward, places her arms around your waist, and stands on tippy toes, raising her face up to yours. You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response. At that moment, her lips meet yours and forget everything that just happened. All you can focus on is the softness and delicate warmth. After a moment of Cassie slowly moves back, and you open your eyes to find her gazing at you contentedly. You both share the same gentle smile before she steps away. Get a room, not the doorway. Sleep well, AJ. As he walks away, she spins on her heels, gives you a quick wave, and then turns back, heading further down the corridor. As you step into your quarters and head over to your bunk, the door hisses shut behind you. You stand there for a moment, with the smile still on your face, before you let out a sigh and sit down staring at nothing in particular. You mull over the day's events and Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? You sigh. Ugh. Well, we'll see. April 23rd, planetary calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission. The rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In that time, our crew, including Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar, have fallen into easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Ah, yes. And after nearly 3 hours, we've had our prologue and our tour of the ship. Visual novels, man. Take it out of you. Even as the Gundog enters outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space. On board the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. Just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begins sounding from your wristwatch. But looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rinse your brush from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink once you've stood up and taking the empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time on board a military ship, where the light is kept at a constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms you've programmed. You know that this one means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. Place the cup back into the vendor, where the machine latches onto it and then retracts it into a space that is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. As the sound muffled whirling begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day security checks then. Let's see, I need to stop by fire control, a hangar, engineering, check that everything's going on, going as it should. time for the daily routine. I'm sure nothing will interrupt it at all. Let's see, it might be nice to get something for later. What should I do? Crackle bar. You get silent voice. Silent voice or a Doug and Krills. Silent voice. Okay, let's go with a silent voice. Double Zeta reference. I appreciate the Double Zeta reference. It's a good opening, too. Engineering, fire control, the hangar. New Gallus J H grid. Yeah, I saw that. And I was like, it seems like the past year or two, they've been finishing off the last couple of like Zeta Gundam stuff with the Bullock Amok Saman, which is just coming out along with the Psycho Gundam Mark II. And I guess there's the Advanced Zeta for like the Hobby Hyzak. So it's nice to see that they're now turning their attention back to Double Zeta, the Gallus J. And I suppose technically the Psycho Gundam Mark II is also a Double Zeta, which is why Puro 2 has a Figure Rise coming out. So that's gonna be kind of good to see. Are there any other things they announced? Perfect Grid Unleashed new Gundam. Yes, please. That's gonna be pricey. Engineering. First on my list. Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar entering main engineering. You declare to the caverner's expansive machinery and access ways that make up the engineering section. You'd been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she'd nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point. You made sure not to forget. Nice one, Chief. Access way clear. No visible detrusions. Detritus. No visible detritus. Nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop midway through your visual checks. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off the higher levels to teach me a lesson in proper conduct. It doesn't take long for you to finish your daily checklist. The Chief runs a tight ship that you don't really expect anything less. Now that you think about it, though, she hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is that you think these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, you here? Up here, Lieutenant. Chief, are you around? Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. That's weird. It's not like the chief did not be here at her assigned duty station. I'll have to tell the captain. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. Look, you idiot. Looking up, you see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of a walkway. A few levels above you, behind her, is a mass of cabling that's pouring out of the open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forget to clean out your ears or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above safe decibel limit, and if you tell me otherwise, I'll come down there and recalibrate your ears. She's awesome. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take her to get down to where you are, and the time you'd need to get out of the engineering. Although you fancy your chances, you wouldn't bet money or ears on it. Must be then. Anyway, I'm just filling out the daily report. Chief, what's going on up there? One of those clowns at the colony dock who took part in the maintenance process must have done something stupid. to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. It must have been made a bad connection, but I can't find it. And all this shoddy wiring. Are you sure there's nothing out here that could be sending a signal, a broadcast from the O'Brien? One of our reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast shouldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system on the shortwave bands. In that case, the sensitivity would be off, so it would... Chief? Huh. Oh yeah, like I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking out a signal with this kind of capacity. Emphasis on the word should. It's like it's picking up something with an amplitude and frequency 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check out the internal... Oh, no, not internal. Initial conversation driver next. Okay, well, in that case, Chief, I'm going to let the captain out. Just bring my microphone. I'll let the captain know, okay? Huh? I'll put that in my report for the captain, alright? Oh, yeah, sure. I was going to let her know when I fixed it, but these dolts have done a real number on this, so it's going to be longer than I thought. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Okay, and to fire control. It's a little awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. It doesn't help that his headphones are so big that short of shaking him, it's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything all right? I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual guy, Lieutenant. So far, you've come by here at the exact same time every shift. Dylan Dees is nuts. I mean, his name is Dylan Dees. All I had to do was find which albums would last until just before you got here, and now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored of listening to the same albums every morning, though? Nah, don't worry about it. I've figured out about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play, so I'm good for this mission. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill. Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting system, too, and we've had a blip at... Oh, wait. I'm keeping an eye on the long-range targeting systems, too, and we've had a blip, but the energy readings match the O'Brien's, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think I'll be seeing anything at all aside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment, as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. What was that? Sir? The screen here, it just flickered. What did the readings say? Oh, that's a long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from the long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz recently. She's been working on it, trying to figure out where all the feedback's coming from. Chief mentioned she was having issues. I didn't know it was impacting targeting. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on. Gunner D's. That's... For targeting system aren't operating properly, I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, sir. Since she said she was working the case, I figured it was all in hand. Well, let me know next time. That's it, though. Nothing else? Nothing at all. Alright, keep it up. Gunner D's. Nuts. Yes, sir. Long-range communication. Getting a high-frequency noise, potentially. Feedback loop. Which is affecting long-range targeting as well. Mm, sus. Oh, Lieutenant, I listened to that Trish and Replicants album you lent me the other day. It was pretty good. Oh, hey, nice, nice. If you're into, I've got a few other albums I can lend you. Ever heard of the Firebombing? I was wondering if you had something a bit less rock. What were you thinking? Well, I really like the Lin Malin May song you were always playing back in Europa. Well, they were always playing back in Europa. Where we left? You have anything like that? Lin Malin May? That's overproduced twee stuff. Come on, sir. Next you'll be telling me you went to listen to a whole album of Princess Maria ballads or something. Maybe I like the classics. I mean, no way, sir. Come on. You're listening to Firebombing next, and that's it. All right, okay. Leave the tape with me next time you pass by my quarters. Maria, who can have a taste in music like that? I mean, I agree with Dylan in this regard. Rock music all the way, buddy. Wait, I want to go back to engineer for a second. Hey, Chief. Oh, Chief, one more thing. The issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with the standard maintenance. We need to follow up with the operations to get you some support. Depends how badly those idiots back at Europa have filed things up. Normally something like this should be a quick wiring fix, but I can't trace back the fault. Ugh. Although, maybe the problem isn't with the wiring around the receiver. They could have crossed wires in the broadcast hardware? Yes or no, Chief? Oh, no. Today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, so Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. When you go to the hangar, tell him to pack up his project and get over here on the double. You hear? Loud and clear, Chief. I think I'll stop back here. Hangar! Where are we again? Hangar. Alright, the hangar, let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the door onto the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it as you continue to float lazily through the wide open space. With the hangar, you start your visual checks. I want to float through a hangar being in a spaceship. Sounds fun. And potentially dangerous because you can whack into something that's, you know, a lot of equipment in there. Walkway's clear, access point marked, munitions stowed. All the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. Carefully shift your weight to one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. As you rotate, the glare from the hangar lights reflects off the armored frame's camera lenses, almost as if it was watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duties. Eventually, you arrive at the other end of the hangar, where you plant your feet on the thick steel of the main door. No one open this door, please. From this angle, you can take in everything that you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see in amongst the storage units, his attention fixed intently on a collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! Attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention the second he hears your call, inadvertently launching the pair of pliers he was holding out onto the open space of the hangar. Without gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. At ease, Cadet. You time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled Cadet. I believe these are yours, Cadet. That's class and style right there. Sir, thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. I'm just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working how it should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, sir. I've just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned Ensign Cruz to the filter cleaning, it's given me a bit of extra time to finish things up. Check that, Cruz. So because Cruz is doing the filters, which Dalton doesn't have to do now, he has more time for other stuff. Oh yeah, that's your high density foam that sets rock hard, right? How's that going? That's right, it's good. It's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon. These containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it to something empty. Training rounds, you know? The ones normally filled with paint. The ones that are the armored frame pilots use in practice combat to show when they've hit each other. The compound stored under pressure where it remains a liquid. Then removed from the pressure, it expands quickly, and with the rapid expansion, it sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the practice rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. Well, if there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you've seen anything out of place. Yes, sir, I will. Oh, one more thing. The chief's having some trouble with the communication system, so she wants you over where there on the double to pick up on today's maintenance. Oh, yes, sir. You turn to leave, but you pick up on something unsaid, hanging in the air between the two of you. Is that everything, Cadet? Oh, well, that's, Cadet. It's nothing, don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. Alright, that's all for the routine checks carried out. Time to report to the Capitol. Dalton, well, we're... Yeah! Slow down, Cadet, it's me again. Oh, sorry, sir, I didn't realize you were still here. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you've got something on your mind. What were you going to ask? Oh, it's nothing, sir. Just don't worry about it, me. Come on, Dalton. It's not exactly like I'm rushed off my feet during these security rounds. What's up? Well, if you're sure. The chief wants me to head over to engineering to help with maintenance. But I'm right at a critical part of the process to decant the compound into training rounds. If I stop now, I'll have to stow all my equipment, so it'll be late anyway. And then I won't have any time, and then I'll be... This is something that could... Oh, wait, I could help him right now. Okay, yeah. Say no more. I'll take care of it. You will? I mean, are you sure, sir? Don't even worry about it. If it's something I can help with, then I'll hand a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it. Thank you, sir. Extra time I should be able to get these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drills. Thank you. No problem. Now, get back to it. If the chief thinks you've slacked off for nothing, then you'll know about it. Thank you, sir. I'll get right on it. But it doesn't backfire on me. Yeah, the chief engineering. Hey, chief. Oh, chief, one more thing. Are the issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with standard maintenance? Operations depends on how badly it is. The same thing she said previously. Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he's a little busy with his project at the moment, and that stopping would throw the whole thing off. So I said I'd cover for some of the maintenance tasks. Oh, he did, huh? Yeah. Yes, Chief. And you said you'd cover? Yes, Chief, that's right. As the silence between you and the chief drags on, you begin to regret offering to do Dalton a favor. Now you think about it, what exactly do you know about maintenance? Not only is the chief going to give Dalton grief for passing off his workload, you're going to get it in the neck for, well, if he says he's at an important stage in his work, I'm not going to drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day. Got to admire his love for the craft. You let yourself relax. Thankfully, it looks like the chief's got something of the soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up here, but I've got one of his jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? He turns away from you and squats down, rummaging around in her tool pack for something. The batteries in the emergency spacesuit radio packs and the airlock are due for replacement. Take these and switch them out. The old ones, okay? Ah. He casually tosses 2 battery packs towards you, which you just about catch, surprised by their heft. Charge batteries. Roger that, Chief. Once you've got the old ones, bring them back here and I'll plug them into the power distribution module. The distribution module, God words. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries in the emergency spacesuits and the airlock, then bring the old ones back here. Recharge simple. All right, let's see. Chief said it was the batteries and the suit radios that need to be changing. Firmly grabbing the locking mechanism's handle on the suit's container, you twist it 90 degrees clockwise and then pull the door. Offers more resistance than you'd expect, but once fully opened, it remains in place. Hydrating is good, yes. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and a speaker which allows it to be used separately from the suit, and your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen, showing the current frequency it's tuned to and battery level. Below the screen sits a few ambiguous buttons. To its side is a dial for tuning and a power switch. Whilst this unit holds the main workings of the radio receiver and transceiver, the wire that still anchors it to the suit connects it to the small microphone and speaker inside the helmet. Flipping the whole unit around to look at its underside, you see a small latch set into resets which you pull down on with your thumb, releasing the cover and letting the old battery slide out onto your palm. All batteries out. You murmur to yourself as you take it in your spare hand before sliding it into the opposite pocket from the fresh batteries. Put the Bluetooth batteries. And now to put in the new batteries. New battery in. With the batteries replaced, you reattach the compartment cover, which snaps back into place. Once you set the radio into its mount on the suit's brass panel, step back, close the suit container's door, and twist the locking mechanism 90 degrees counterclockwise. With one down, you move on to the other storage unit and repeat the process of unlocking the container, taking the suit's radio, swapping out the batteries, and then replacing everything as you found it. Great, all done. Let's go get these back in charging and engineering. Lieutenant, have you sorted out those batteries yet? No, not yet. I was. Then why are you hanging around for? I didn't let you help, so you can waste my time. Get those batteries charged, or I'll have you and Dalton scrubbing. Why do I charge them? Yes, Chief. Why do I charge them? Power distribution module. This device sends energy from the engines rest of the ship. It's also got ports for charging battery packs. All right, here we go. You take each battery that you remove from the suit's radio and place them in the charging ports on the side of the power distribution module. You slide in and lock into place with a satisfying clunk. Ah, yes, good old technology, satisfying clunks. We need more satisfying clunks with technology. Everything's so smooth now. And user-friendly. I like a clunk. Red light right above the port lights up with an amber glow. Great, a job well done. Help Dalton, extra credit. Yep, Chief, all sorted. Good. You're not as useless as you look. Lieutenant, keep it up. Thanks, Chief. I guess. Thanks, Chief, I guess. Bridge? I assume is where the Capitan is. I mean, I imagine that advances story time. Oh, talk to Dalton. Ah. Hey, Dalton. As you enter the hangar and pause for a moment, by the railings, you can see Dalton in the center of the area next to a wide open container. The container itself is crammed full of interconnecting pipes, tanks, and various other bits and pieces of inscrutable technology. You watch as he adjusts some valves and then takes a cylindrical object the size of a thermos from a recess and device. As he holds it up to the light, you catch his eye, and he excitedly turns to face you, immediately launching himself at you. Lieutenant, great timing, look at this. Whoa, slow down there, cadet. You grab a hold of him by his sleeve to stop him from sailing past you and into the wall by the entrance. Bracing yourself on the railing, you counteract his movement and bring him down onto the catwalk. Well, good news. Great news. Check this out. Dalton proudly presents an object he's been inspecting earlier. Although on first glance it looks like a standard 40mm round from one of the Juno's machine guns, the plastic casing gives it away as a training round that would typically be filled with paint. This feels a lot heavier than normal though, suggesting different contents. Oh hey, good job, you did it, huh? That's right, I've got the pressure right and figured out volume of sealant for each round. I even managed to get the training rounds to seal properly afterwards. There's no risk of spillage. A round like this should be able to immobilize any joint on an armor frame with ease. That's great to hear, Cadet. Well done. Thank you, sir. I couldn't have got it done so quickly without your help. So, was everything okay with the chief? Did she mind what she asked you to do? Oh, nothing major. Just had to swap out some batteries, some emergency spacesuits. Even a security officer like me can handle that. That's all? That's all. She genuinely seemed like she thought it'd be best to carry on with your work project. That doesn't sound like the chief. Yeah, come on. I'm sure she can be alright sometimes. I'm sure she was going light on us because she knew that you were doing was important. Or maybe she's just saving all my jobs from today for tomorrow's shift and then want me to work double time. Easy there, Cadet. I don't think she's that bad. I think. Maybe. Don't sweat it, Dalton. It'll be fine. You did well today, anyway. Now finish up producing all the rounds we'll need for testing, and then get this hangar ship. You know the chief likes it clear. Yes, sir. Alright, well, I should go and give my report. Take it easy, Cadet. Yes, sir. Oh, Lieutenant. Cadet. Thanks again. I don't know when I'd have to got proper chance to do this without your help. Anytime, Cadet. Okay, no. Unless I want to wander around the ship. Lieutenant Dodgestar, can I help you? No, thank you. Doctor, I'm just stopping by. For what purpose? Oh. If I can't help you, then I would assume you're here for some other alternate purpose. Did you intend to make small talk? No, I didn't really come here to pick up more nutritional shakes from Miss Quinn. No. On the captain's orders? No, look, as part of your routine checks. Yes, just doing routine checks, checking in on you. Everything okay here, Doctor? Yes, don't let me keep you, Lieutenant. You're clearly very busy. Great, thanks. I'll just be carrying on with my runs then. You don't really have anything to say to the Doctor. I think it's best that you don't have to. Let's head for the bridge. Alright then, no sense in delaying the Captain Bartimeus. On a day's work. Lieutenant AJ Dodgestar entering the bridge. Declare stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused at her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Cassie, who stands from her station and comes over to you, a wide smile on her face. As you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is empty. At ease, Lieutenant. Captain Bartimeus isn't on with us, so I am in charge of today. If you, she's in charge? Oh god. A small tut comes from Vanessa, and it's here that she doesn't show it. So Quinn's in charge. Vanessa's like, could be me. Oh, is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rosarium advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. Vanessa makes another louder tutting noise. Cassie pauses for a split second, but quickly carries on. I like we just hear the audio tut in the background there. So he's ordered her quarters for some bed rest? We're due to enter communications range with O'Brien any moment now. And from there, it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Ahem. Nani? Right, the security report, Lieutenant. Oh, yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward, although you'd been on the ship together for the past few days. You'd mainly seen each other between shifts, where rank didn't really mean much. Cassie, acting seriously, didn't really seem like Cassie at all. Your security report for April 23rd. DC 214. No breaches or hazards. Report, ma'am. No sign of immediate threats or security risks to the ship. Myself and all shipboard operations proceeding as expected. With little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the chief has run into some feedback issues on the long-range communications system, which is impacting the visuals on the long-range targeting system. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and they're in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. Cadet Garage has also completed the system to load the high-density foam he's developed into training rounds for the Juno's weapons. He's scheduled to have produced enough rounds for the tests in time for the next training exercises. Oh, that's great. Good for him. But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. You reach into your jacket pocket and take hold of the written report, or copy of your morning report, as well as the completed checklist. At the same time, you subtly shift the chocolate bar underneath the pad of paper and holding onto the both. Pull them out to present them to Cassie, the silent voice obscured by the documents. You sly dog. Thank you, Lieutenant. Taking both of you, Cassie quickly realizes there's something in addition to the report and spots the chocolate bar underneath. Achievement. Well, Lieutenant Dodgestar, it looks like you're continuing to perform above and beyond. Here's a little bit of bribery, ma'am. Chocolate bar. Tell me though, do you have any experience with the standard communications array? You pause for a moment, unsure what Cassie is getting at. Everyone in the GCF has at least rudimentary knowledge of how to work a ship's communications array. Yes, ma'am, I've had the necessary training to operate comm system on board any JCF vessel. Great. Since Captain Bartimus is ill, Vanessa and I are both pulling double shifts to make sure there's cover on the bridge. I'll just be me on the night shift tonight. You won't mind helping me out by manning some positions? Ahem. As Cassie turns away with the documents in hand, she glances across the display screen showing the time. Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. Are we picking it up on sensors? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue. Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes to painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, a communications window on the main screen illuminates and a slightly distorted voice speaks. O'Brien. Do you read? We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat. This is Lieutenant Bashir. Bashir? Wait. Lieutenant Bashir of the JFS O'Brien. I see that DS9 reference right there. Bashir and O'Brien, the dynamic duo themselves. Yes, I've conduct. Do you read? We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien relatively clear on the communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs the microphone. Roger that, JSF O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. Good to finally... Excuse me, sir. What did you just say about that? Lieutenant Bashir, do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the comms are being overloaded. There's a powerful signal coming in on all bands, and it's... Yeah, oh dear, that's not good. It's a trap. There's something else out there, isn't there? What the hell just happened?
It's a trap!
Seems like it. Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn. Commander Quinn? Cassie. Ooh, she's gonna have one hell of a migraine. Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal lighting, the bridge, you kneel down and reach out into the darkness, trying to find where Cassie has collapsed onto the desk. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hands meet her shoulder and you move towards her. Cassie, hey, Cassie. Here's something, Cassie. Hang in there, Cassie. Lieutenant Lord, call sick bay and get the doctor up here right now. Into the darkness. I can't. Why not? The ship's entire systems have been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup systems. It's all offline. Oh God, we're dead in the water. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. Didn't she rank me? You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand on the call button. I'm going to take Cassie down to the sick bay. You can... Aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirling of the elevator that would take you directly to the sick bay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Yeah, she just explained all systems are offline. Idiot, what part of offline do you not understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online. That can't be done from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure with the central computer and it can't function properly, then the entire ship will be shut down. That seems like a bad design. Then it enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All areas are sealed in case of the shutdown, and there's a lot of and result. Blah, blah, blah. All areas are sealed in case of the shutdown as a result of enemy action. So basically, if you've been boarded, got it. Okay, then it makes sense. The main computer engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any of the access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all this. Grit your teeth to stop yourself snapping back at Vanessa in the heat of the moment. All thought of process and procedure had left you completely. All you've been thinking about was getting Cassie to sickbay. Placing your head in your hands, you pinch the bridge of your nose, try to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central computer given from the bridge in that situation? Why did you say we can't? Two reasons. First of all, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication system right now. Secondly, even if we did have the internal communication system, access to central computer requires input codes which are known only by the captain. Or in the event the captain is incapacitated, the second in command, who is currently incapacitated. Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly as she continues to talk your head back to Cassie, kneeling beside her and placing her in the recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor, you turn Cassie over, you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her, which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now, both the people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's got to be some way around all this. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have the backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. Well, that's just being pessimistic. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? We have no power. Everything is offline. What part of this are you not getting? You kneel over Cassie. Your mind races through what Vanessa has just told you. You know that she's right and that all the ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup system being operational. And without them online, there's next to nothing that could be done within the ship. Everyone's dead, Dave. Your mind catches on the point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backup failed. Or whether they were so pessimistic they felt if those systems were out of commission, there was no real hope for the crew either. Pushing that thought out of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sickbay. That'd be something you know about the ship that would help in all your time spent working as security officer. There's got to be something you've picked up that would. That's it. Is it the Jeffries tubes? Maintenance hatches? And the crew quarters, paneled by the bunks, can be removed and replaced. People use them. People use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed in the same way. If I'm right, you head back over to the elevators, but this time instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams and the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with. I know, I've got it on me somewhere. Where is it? I mean, you could jimmy it with your card. Taking your ID card out of your pocket, you slide it into the gap in the seam until it meets some resistance. When it's about halfway in, you slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick on something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging. The panel falls towards you. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it to the side of where it used to be attached. Now, instead of a solid wall, you can just about make out an absence large enough for someone to fit inside. A series of rungs heading downward into the darkness, into a darkness, which opens up once they pass by where the elevator currently sits. How did you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative with where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawls ways our access in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you first met her, but you are now beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. He's very condescending. If I can get in up here, it means that I can get out down in the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief and engineering. You really think you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls, even if you can make it to the other central hub? The rest of the ship will... Lieutenant Lord, would you please keep your opinion to yourself? Yeah, I'm going to be more polite about it. I thought she was rank. I thought she was a lieutenant commander. I guess just a lieutenant, same rank as me. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. That's the baddie. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. But right now, I don't see many other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people on the entire ship who might be able to do something. I am not about to sit around and let everyone down. Not this time. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you think may help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment. Just weighed up what the best put down for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. Like, work, damn it, work. All right, you do that. I'll try and get the internal communication system working. Since the backup should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving, or are you going to stand around and gawk whilst I get everything done myself? You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on one lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look out for Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then. All right. As it turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs. Communication system. Yeah, sure. With that, you'll lower yourself into the darkness, taking it one rung at a time. Once you pass the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system would keep an access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch. With some coercion, you manage to get it released, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter on the floor of the central hub. Aha! As you step out the crawlway, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorientate yourself to face the room, placing your hand on your electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim light, the banging continues and you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. Oh, someone's stuck in the lift. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make as little sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know you're there. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch or so gap between the two doors. As you angle yourself, try who's inside. Your question is answered. Hanson? Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me. These, I can't remember. Wait. Hanson? The door's open. The whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment, You haven't seen Hansen since the other day outside your quarters. Oh, yes, Hansen, the dickhead. I know you're out there. I hear you. Get over here and help me get these doors open. Hey, what are you waiting for around for? As Hansen continues to call out, you seize up the situation with the darkness of the room. You could easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'd be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on, this isn't funny. Who's out there? Stop jerking me around. It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hansen seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass. Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick they might be. Take a breath, and no, I'm gonna be the better man. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh. Hey, I heard you. I know you're there. Get me out. All right, Ensign. I'll take the door on the right. You take the door on the left. On the count of 3, we pull. Great. Everyone on board? And it's the Kalic coward. Figured you stop by here. Find a little nice space to crawl up and hide in. Help him out so we can trade places and you can write it out until that action's over. You immediately begin to regret your decision. Yeah. Cruz, do you want to get out of there or not? Whatever. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The two of you both heave against the elevator's doors, which shifts slightly, but not enough for Hansen to get out. Okay. Again. 1, 2, 3. This time the doors yield a little more to your efforts. After they open a few more inches, you step back to catch your breath and watch as Hansen sticks his arm through the gap, but struggles to get any further than that. Once more, and we should have you out of there. Shame your girlfriend isn't here. At least she's got a backbone she could be putting into this. I should just left him in there. You freeze for a moment as all of your muscles stiffen reflexively, and a wave of anger flows through you. Excuse me, Ensign. You heard me. He's the one of you two with any stones. If she hadn't been there to save the other day, you'd have what? I'd have... Think hard about your answer, Ensign. Give me the wrong answer, and you can try and squeeze that thick skull of yours through that gap without any more of my help. I have the power here. Forget it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Exact words. That's what I thought. Now get ready. Alright. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. It takes the two of you a few attempts, but finally you manage to push the doors open to the point where Hansen can make his way through the gap between the two of them. Afraid of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself down and looks around whilst adjusting his jacket. So, what the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? When everything stopped working, there should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hansen would. Honestly, I've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien. There was this flash. Then Commander Gwyn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even backups. I managed to get off the bridge using a maintenance crawl away. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. Just great. I knew this ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped on board. You said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great. You can handle that. I'm gonna go check on the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't. We're into them. Okay then, I'll try their quarters. With that, Hansen heads into the darkness. The worst of foresight. Thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant. Are you going to say those magic words? Thanks, or whatever. Close enough. The pilot quickly turns his heels and disappears onto the darkness. Don't mention it. doors. We're literally going the same direction. Standing in front of the door to Captain Bartimus's quarters, you instinctively straighten up, sticking your chest out and your shoulders back. You know that your access card doesn't have the encoded permission to allow you to access the captain's quarters, and even if it did, the terminal to the side of the door is as lifeless as the rest of the ship. Instead, you bang forcefully on the captain's door and shout, "Captain Bartimus, Lieutenant Dodgestar, there's been a system failure and Commander Quinn is incapacitated. We need you to give the emergency input codes to restart the ship's central computer." After waiting for a few moments, you press your ear up against the door, seeing if you can hear any signs of life. From experience, you know that the crew quarters doors aren't as substantial as some of the other doors on the ship. It's not uncommon to know the exact schedules of other crew members, based on sound alone. Like being in a hotel. "Captain, it's an emergency." You wait a little longer while still don't hear anything. Damn it. Slamming your fist on the captain's door, in frustration you turn back. You'll have to figure something else out. You can figure something out in the bridge to get the codes. Yeah. There's early engineering right now, figuring out 20 different ways to get the ship back online. The dog. He's completely unfazed by all of this. Alright, let's go to engineering then. You should leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises the aft thoroughfare. The first thing that you notice is the sound of your steps on the metal flooring, ringing out and echoing away down the corridor. That's also a blast door I can see in front of me. Normally the vibrations from the engines would dull this noise, and it would be barely perceivable over the low and steady rumble. You got to the point where you didn't even notice the constant noise down the ends of the ship. But now that your corridor is silent, its absence hits you. I should be able to get to find Chief Engineering. If anyone can figure this out, it'll be her. At the end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from corridor into the engineering department, instead you're met with a substantial blast door. The word engineering nestled on it. You run your hand over the surface before wrapping it on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring, which would indicate it being relatively thin, the door returns to a higher pitched noise, indicating that this is significantly thicker than normal. Yeah, we're taking engine room. Unlike the rest of the doors on this ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you can tell that this one exists more to block one section off from the other. You instinctively dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even contents of the armory couldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessness, expecting it, you shrugged yourself. The only thing you can do right now is hope that Chief is nearby. "Hey, Chief!" You pound on the door with your fist, hoping that the sound makes its way through. "Chief, can you hear me?" You continue to pound the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there's any kind of response. "Chief, I'm out here. Chief, hey." After a few minutes worth of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex the fingers on your right hand, cracking your knuckles to try and dismiss the discomfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to be to even hear you, and odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts, though, you hear a dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. Morse code. Or jam. "Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here." You call, pressing your ear to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you just hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. At first, it seems random and erratic. But then, the longer you listen, you begin to realize there's a pattern. I'm trying to think. I don't really know Morse code very well. That's great. But what does it mean? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get in if they're with you. At least I know someone in there. That's got to be the some I can get in touch with them. Send them a signal. Maybe there's something I haven't thought of yet. An emergency communication system, something that's not tied to the ship. Think. Or someone who has excellent ears and a very great knowledge of sound. Like everywhere else in the ship so far, you've met with an unresponsive terminal and shut door. You know not to expect much, but you try awkward anyway, knocking on the door and calling out. Hey, Gunner D's. Can you hear me? Wait for a response, but don't feel particularly worried when one doesn't come. Knowing Dylan, he's probably not realized anything has happened. I don't think he'd be much help even if I could hear me. At least someone's probably having a good time during all this. Oh yeah, he's just going to listen to his tunes, isn't he? Yeah, he's probably fine. He's just listening to his tunes. Hydrate time. I wonder how Dalton's getting on there. Our kid's probably scared out of his mind. Can we get into the hangar? I'd take a lot more than brute force to get in there right now. I just had an inspired idea. As you enter the airlock, hatch door looms large in the darkness. Shiver runs through you and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you'd noticed until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize that this ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. To find a way to get things up and running again. What about the emergency radios in the suits that I changed the batteries on? It's separate from the systems on the ship, right? Emergency spacesuits for use in the event of a ship depressurization failure with the life support system or if the crew have to abandon ship. Hopefully I can get this solved without needing the extra air supply. Wait, I've just changed the batteries on these to make sure the radios would work. In the emergency, I wonder if any of the other radios on board will pick up the signal. Genius! Let the chief bang on the door. Huh, I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she'd come up with a plan like that. This before anyone else? Now, let's see if I can reach her. You grab the handle on the suit's container and twist the metal in your hand. It is noticeably colder to touch than it was the last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you open the door. Embracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you disconnect the radio from the breast panel, the spiraling plastic cord that connects to the suit comes with it. Turn the radio in your hand, you find where the cord connects and unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescopic antenna and flick the power switch, which causes the sound of whining static to fill the previously silent room. You slowly rotate the turning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes out from the tiny speaker. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathy's on the JFS Gundog. To any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete system failure, and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathy's on the JFS Gundog, any JFS Gundog crew members or JCS ships nearby. Gundog has suffered a complete system failure. Assistance is needed to get them back online. It's the same message. Chief, Lieutenant Dodgestar, reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around the thoroughfares into the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. Took you long enough. What the hell's everyone been doing this whole time? You're just about to push the button to send your response, but Chief cuts in. Anyway, we're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge. Is that right? That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes. To access the main computer so that I can get the ship running again. Slight complication, Chief. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic Bartimus. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship power went out. You release your thumb, allowing the chief to broadcast, but where you expected a swift delivery, alternatively instead, all you get is radio static. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge then? That be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer aboard right now. I guess you're going to want to get up there. I've got an idea, but not something I can authorize. Your grip on the radio tightens and a sense of apprehension grows within you. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know that it's got to be something dangerous. Realizing you've been holding your breath since Chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio side to send your message. Copy that, Chief. Heading up there now. Put me back to the airlock central hub and then straight to the maintenance crawlway. It only takes you a moment to groping around the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back up to the bridge. No more time to waste, you quickly head back to the crawlway. It only takes you a moment to groping around the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're... As you climb each rung, your grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe is a brisk chill to it. You know what this means. For the time being, decide to push that thought out of your head. Make other things to focus on. Yeah, the ship is getting cold. The climb up seemed a lot shorter than the original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. So, did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth, and press the push to talk button. Your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading towards Cassie. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with a mild bewildered moment. Well, oh God. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds out from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cassie. Do you read? As you kneel down to Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as do your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief being that differential towards anyone, even the captain. I hear you, Chief, Cathy's. Captain Bartholomew and the Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I am in command of the gun dug until such time as they can return to duty. Understood? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the chief like that. Although she is the ranking officer in this situation, you'd not heard anyone on board pull rank in that way, especially on the chief, who you were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now have you got a plan, Chief Cathy's? Or has Lieutenant Dodgestar brought me this radio so we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look as she's been making at you whilst your back was turned. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Dodgestar has explained to me that both Captain and Commander Quinn are out of action. So I'm aware neither of them will be able to give me the input codes required to activate the central computer. We know that Kathy's was the solution. The only hope we've got right now is that the captain has copies of the documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then they can get the codes and tell them to me, letting me reactivate the ship systems. If we'd been able to get into the captain's quarters, we'd have done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown, and there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer, we've got a tool that we use when something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging. The PST, or Portable Subterminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack, with a microcomputer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get into the captain's quarters, and from there, we can get codes to start the computer back up. So where's this PST? It's in the hangar. Oh, how do we get into the hangar? We can't get in the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Kathy's, but the story's the same for the entire ship. Another silence follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship. Oh god, I see where this is going. Ma'am. But the gun dog has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboarding airlock and the hangar crew airlock. I'm going outside, aren't I? If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they could make their way to the crew airlock or the hangar and re-enter there. Then they could get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Kathy's, but aren't yourself and Cadet Orange the only crew members aboard qualified for extravehicular activity in space? And you're currently stuck in engineering whilst we can't get in contact with Cadet Garage to just bring us the PST. Yes, ma'am. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough on the Chief's know-how to have founded an emergency radio of his own. God damn it, Dalton. And policy dictates that all EVA needs to be commanded by an operations officer. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath, and Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Oh no. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. Oh no, she's going to enjoy this. Well, Lieutenant, it looks like you're going for a walk. You'd seen this coming as soon as the Chief had begun outlining the plan, but you'd been hoping that there'd be some extra part that hadn't been revealed yet. Something that would allow you to stay on board. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Fine. Some people took well to spacewalks, some even enjoyed them, so much they'd take on careers in colony construction and repair. They'd be spend more time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony or on ships. You were not that one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all those had been evacuation drills that you'd been through in school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion that you could remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off into the endless nothingness of space, had always filled your head with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the Chief that there was not going to be any other way around it doing it. And now you were the ship's, Cassie's only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear and had been rising up inside you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to do what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer, diving headfirst into danger. Isn't he great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, not putting a mocking putting on a mocking tone. Oh, my hero, so brave going into space to save us. Only you can... You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you've had just about all you can take of her. So the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide the sooner you can be back to avoiding her. Oh, quit making a big deal of this, will you? Of all of your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Dodgestar. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. Ah, that's a deep cut. Oh, yep, trauma time. Hanging outside of a ship, unable to do anything. In my space, in my mech. With that comment, you feel your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin back to face Vanessa. Lieutenant, that smug face. Grinning in the flash of anger you just felt, you silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through it. What I need to know. Wait. With one hand still on the ladder's rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord. He was a bit managed to ask through gritted teeth. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest. You pause for a moment and stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Oh, she's enjoying the fact that technically she's the ranking officer. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you've finished, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip. Or you stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Cassie's shirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and her forefinger, with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of the operations. Good luck getting there without this. But if there's no power, that probably doesn't even... Well, that's what we're getting the power pack thing for. Never mind. Yeah, so casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. Ah, but the chief can get in. Because if the operations crew is locked in up here, normally you'd have comms to tell the chief the codes. So the chief could get in. So I technically don't need this key card, actually. Technically. Cassandra's key card. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing. But the chief said that the PST used its battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking a battery up to the door would get you around the ship security systems, you're still going to need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. But with the cold chill, the ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is getting, you turn your back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. Just a bit managed. Still. There, Chief, I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet's speakers, Lieutenant? The Chief's voice fills your helmet. The sound quality is somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio unit itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio onto the suit's breastplate. You've got the emergency suit on and sealed? Yep. Currently breathing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? A spacesuit helmet is attached to the rest of the suit. in a fixed position, so although you turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. You turn your whole body, in an exaggerated motion, to look for the emergency access panel, and spot it on the other side of the hatch. You see it. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over now. Alright. You need to remove the panel in the same way that you did the one on the bridge. Once you're, see a large handle. Cranking that lever operates the manual override that will open the hatch, the airlock. Understood. Batman costume, yeah. Although you had to learn to operate the airlock manually in the basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the Chief and act like a know-it-all. He was likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between the edge and the surrounding wall. This is made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. I mean, I could have got the panel off first. Not turned the thing. After a few attempts, you find it. The tips of your gloves catch in the recess. You work your digits and more until you find a catch that you can squeeze. The panel falls away from the wall and you take hold of it. Lifting to the side, underneath is a long handle marked emergency use only. Alright, that's the access panel out of the way. I see the handle. Good. Now, you're going to want to turn it anti-clockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Understood. Placing your left hand at the bottom of the handle and your right hand at the top, you apply as much force as you can to push it clockwise. Did you say anti-clockwise though? The initial heave barely moves it, despite your efforts. Come on. You grip the handle again and place your entire body weight behind your effort to shift it. And it moves more noticeably. When you look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. Yeah, because you said anti-clockwise, not clockwise, you dipshit. With another grunt, you push the lever a full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position, although it still resists you. You're able to feel the hatchet mechanism begin to move. Oh, nothing. You push the handle 90 degrees again, letting it reset. You adjust your grip and push the handle again. Easy. I'm playing through your gritted teeth as you feel the mechanism slowly but surely moving a little bit at a time. You have to like crank it one pump at a time. Hear this process of strangling against the mechanism. You complete crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually something gives and the mechanism and the airlock uncouple, releasing the locks and the whole thing slides open. And then all the air flies out. Oh wait, this was just the outside one. You can feel the sweat on your brow curse as you put it on beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. Or could you from heading to the airlock? Remember, what's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite end of the hatch. Inside the chamber, same deal, but in reverse. Makes sense, okay. Yeah, so I don't... This is the outer door. Or inner door, that's the outer door. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close it as it was to open it. Yeah. Your hatch is closed, now what? You try to keep your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding you of another reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next is vent the air in the chamber and then open the exterior hatch. Start with. Chief walks you through step by step through the process. Required. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help, as a few parts had slipped your mind. You carry on following the Chief's orders until, with one final momental heave, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through the terminal or view screen, tells you with the familiar dread you'd felt on the bridge. Alright, Chief. I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on a switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of your boot are drawn towards the airlock floor. Ah, good, mag boots. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort. but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. Place 1 foot right on the edge of the airlock hatch and stare out into the emptiness. You see nothing but stars, light years of gulf between them and you. Your next step, you head out into the nothingness, pivoting on the axis of your foot, the edge of the airlock. The step you took into space brings your foot back down the Gundog's exterior hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent, and its power had been knocked offline, it hadn't been true silence. There'd been echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you could hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. Take a moment to orientate yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. With little difficulty, you bring 1 foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Sail with Lieutenant Dodgestar, haven't gone hurtling off into space or anything. I guess you found a radio. Oh, there's probably one's in the bridge. You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good, good. What's your ETA on the hangar airlock? Do some rough math around what you know about the Dundog's dimensions. Airlock's around midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Dodgestar. Pick up the pace. You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push to talk button again. You can't hear me if I don't push the button. Yes, ma'am. Carry on the laborious march to the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving 1 foot at a time away from the ship's hull, before placing it back down in front of you. Oh, dear me. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull rises or falls, and you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of constant bearings begins to disorientate you, where you march onwards, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line, regardless of orientation. Yeah, keep your eye on the hull. Eventually, you see the distinct markings that indicate an airlock hatch in distance. Although it's marked in the same way as the one you'd emerged from, this one is much smaller, scarcely bigger than your typical doorway inside of the Gundog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. All right, Chief. I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay, you look to the right of the door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath. It's like the others. Okay, let's see. Due to your orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock entryway is laid out at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look at the right and see the panel which you head over to and squat down in front of, running your fingers around its edges to find the now familiar access. Practice movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship that freely come away, this one swings on a hinge. Yeah, that makes sense. You want it to float in space. Hopefully this should be easier on a smaller hatch. You mutter to yourself, reaching for the lever. Where's the lever? Chief. What is it? It's the lever. It's, turn your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid into the hull, perfectly level with its surroundings. Oh, is that it here, the lever? Whereas you've been able to remove the panel cover by finding the recess, there was nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible, because it's a security system to stop people boarding your ship, likely. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hull. There's no way to grip it. Chief. Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain or the second in command knows them. Why? Chief Engineer Cathy's, I asked you a question. Radio static, but you can hear the chief's sigh through the crackle and distortion. In order to gain entry to an airlock from the outside, you need to input the ship's security code into the number pad. I'm a security officer, shouldn't I know it? I mean, I do. It's an analog mechanism, but you still need that code. God damn it. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it, god damn it, you miserable excuse for a captain. God damn you, Quinn, you absolute airheaded. Hey, watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, Dodgestar. There you go, Finn, you remember it. The year we met Quinn. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding that now's a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck on a dead ship running out of air, trying to herd you knuckleheads around on stupid, pointless errands. Pretty much will be. Stow it. I just told her to shut the fuck up. I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now, we're the best hope this ship's got. So if you could put a lid on the gigantic bed shack for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this, we can... How dare you? I said stow it. 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then, once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. Then you can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. This is insubordination. We're the same rank. All right, you two, that's enough. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence. The chief's interjection. Before either of you can start up again, it carries on in a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? The security chief should know it, right? Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if it gets Lieutenant Dodgestar on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? 4 digits. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course I don't. I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set those kinds of codes. Oh, good. Gonna give us a flashback. Also, the silence of no music right now is deafening. By the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, passcode to lock is our anniversary. Pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. I think I might know it. What? I said I think I might know it. It's you rack your brain trying to remember the date where you and your Cassie first visited the Europa amusement park. It was we're in space. It's silent. You quickly punch in the 4-digit security code and then hit the enter key. As soon as you do, the lever rises out of recesses. Haha, yes. You've got it, Lieutenant. Remember the ship's access password. The date. Yeah, it was 0211, in case that helps. And how did you know that what the security code was? That is sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you were able to guess the code, that it was your and Cassie's anniversary, so instead you scramble for a lie. It's the passcode for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. I can't believe it. These codes are supposed to be secure. How could she... For the time being, Lieutenant Lord, how about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar? Shifting your position away from your numbers pad, you squat down by the raise lever. Taking it in both hands, you find it much easier to crank than the main airlock. And in no time at all, the exterior hatch, the airlock is open. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you'd left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you carry out to leave the ship, pressurizing the chamber with oxygen and opening an internal hatch. Thankfully, it kind of jumps forward that a little bit instead of going through the whole process again. In a few short minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove your helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's own oxygen supply. You then disengage the electromagnetic before removing the suit completely, making sure to take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk, and in the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. Good music and sound. We're back inside. Ay, 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 ay. Let's see, if that PST is going to be anywhere, it'll be in amongst all the stowed equipment and gear. So, in the darkness, the collection of stacked spanning crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery looms intimidatingly. What? Looking for container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Shaking your head, you reach for the radio to ask the chief where you'd be able to find it. Before you can call her, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit right behind you. Moments before, a wavering voice demands, "Step right there, intruder. Identify yourself. Oh, Dalton." You raise your hand slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you, and if he was under the impression that you were an enemy, he should be armed to confront you like this. At Ace Cadet, me, Lieutenant Dodgestar. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry, I thought that... Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy. Pausing mid-sentence, you sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Cadet, where's your weapon? Sir? If I had been the enemy, what were you planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? Dalton pauses briefly and you see realization flash in his eyes. Sorry, I didn't think that. Well, I thought that, which is... At least grab a tool. Ease up, Dalton. When this is all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes, thank you, sir. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing up something when all the power went out, and I haven't been able to get in touch with anyone. Takes you a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the events taking place on board the ship, including your current objective, obtaining the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radios. Why didn't I think of that? She's gonna be so mad when she teaches... You were teaching me suit maintenance just last week. Oh yeah, she's gonna kick your ass later. Hey, take it easy, Cadet. No one else on the ship figured it out on their own either. So don't beat yourself up over it. Nope, to be fair, you should know better than me. But I did replace the battery, so, you know. I guess that helps. I guess. So don't worry about that. What we need to do now is find the PST. Do you know where it's kept? I think so. Let me look. If I kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once he arrives, you watch as he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware, you fastidiously places before closing the lid and moving on to the next one. Tell you one thing, my voice is getting tired. Oh dear. Ugh. Wait, it was 5:30? What the hell? I'm running out of water too. Not much left. Here we go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after, right? You got a portable sub-terminal. This is the portable sub-terminal, huh? I wanted to try and like make sure the scenario is done before I finished it, but at the same time, I might have to just maybe get an extra 30 minutes. You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate. It's from different angles. The exterior is largely off-white plastic shell with a handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs around the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing the keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. Alright, Cadet, can you give me the quick rundown on how to use this? Yes, sir. I guess the entry to the thoroughfare would be a good place to try it out. Sounds better than going for another walk outside the ship. Let's go. Two of you make your way through the hangar and up to the flight of stairs that lead to the far side thoroughfare. Once at the top, you're faced with an unyielding set of double doors. Okay, safe. Okay, sir. First, you take the cable from the PST and connect it to the underside of the terminal, like next to whichever door you want to open. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, it'll show you the rest once it's activated. Following Dalton's instructions, I kneel by the terminal and withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port on the bottom of the terminal. Once you've got the sub-terminal connected, you can use it in the same way you would the normal terminal. Select the right function from the menu and insert your keycard into the slot when it requires you to give it a try now. Alright, let's see. Use my keycard. Using the small keyboard, you select the override option function and, as Dalton advised, insert your keycard. As expected, although slightly slower than you'd like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-side thoroughfare. Great work, Cadet. All I need to do now is get this to the captain's quarters, then to engineering, and we'll have the gun dog back up and running in no time. You okay there, Cadet? Yeah, I just forgot that you had to get to the goods from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules or insubordination or something? I thought that it was forbidden to go into the captain's quarters unless explicitly instructed for duty. Besides, Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Technically, yes. But right now, the choice is insubordination, or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what their quarters look like, so I'd say it's worth the risk, right? I guess. You place a hand on Dalton's shoulder and take the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise Chief on the radio. See if she's got anything for you to do. I've got to get moving. Yes, sir. That you give Dalton a casual salute, and in return he throws a rigid formal salute back. Smiling to yourself, you head through the now open double doors. Right. Captain's quarters. Standing outside the captain's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taken longer than you'd like to get here, but at least now you can get those codes from the captain. Okay, so first I get the PST. Kneel down by the terminal, to the side of the door, laying the PST on the ground and unclipping the catches that hold the front of the unit closed. After it's started up, you swiftly draw out the cable and connect it to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's fluorescent glow in the low light, you scroll your way through a series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit enter on the command prompt, shows up on the screen. Alright, now, well, I assume my key card wouldn't work, right? So, I can get almost anywhere on the ship. I'll try my card. Let's see. My card works, I guess. I'm allowed to unlock doors using the captain's one. Okay, I can leave this here for the time being. Stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Come on, come on, come on. Captain, are you... that's... As you step across the threshold into the dark of the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by a powerful fetor. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath of the cordial sterile air. That doesn't smell good. You try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out around you. Particularly, an acrid waft stings the back of your throat. You take another breath, causing you to gag again. The atmosphere in ships and even the colonies are carefully regulated, and their supply constantly scrubbed and recycled. Because of this, strong smells are something that almost never encounter quickly resolved. You realize that with the ship's life support out of action, this hasn't been happening, and whatever is causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy in the air into this awful miasma. After a few more retches, you steel yourself and re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arm up in front of your mouth and nose. Do your best to bear the stink. Captain be stinky, apparently. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you, almost too much to bear. Captain, are you... Are you in here, Captain? With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you grow accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up the unique odors that it's comprised of. The first sentence that you identify brings back memories of your early flight training, the acrid tang of vomit. While the captain was said to be unwell. So, yeah. The second takes you a little while longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork from ships or armored frames, but then you spy an empty bottle of the desk that realize it is stale whiskey. Sick, huh? I think the captain's just drunk. Captain may have a problem. With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you'll look around the room. To the left is another closed door. To the right, you see an open doorway and what looks like the end of a bed. Captain! Call out again as you head towards it. Although your reasons for being here is entirely justifiable, you still feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Captain? Nothing. Alright, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those... Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than the crew quarters. Rather than access panels flush with the walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. A chest of drawers that's below a large mirror, and a bedside table is next to an unmade queen-size bed. A queen-size in a ship? Not bad. I mean, a queen-size is halfway between... Actually, no, wait. Queen size is smaller than a double, actually. There's a single, queen, double, king. Like 1.5. I want you to think that, like Cassie... is wont to do, the captain has just thrown her worn uniform onto the bed and left it all in heap. Before you turn back, a sluggish movement as a mass of crumpled clothing turns over, reveals it to be the captain, Vortimus herself. Captain! You throw a salute and hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. He's clearly drunk. Tentatively, making your way towards the captain's bedside, you register that the smell of stale whiskey is the strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty, a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. Captain? You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of all this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes. Captain, hey, Captain, Captain Bartimus. You place your palm on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on, you need to wake up. You need your emergency input code. Ugh. Captain, wake up. Captain, Captain. Nah. You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose. With your thumb and forefinger, despite everything, it doesn't seem like the captain will be waking up from this stupor anytime soon. Will not look good in the official report. Come on, after everything. If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around here or something. Or we just get some water and throw in her face. Or throw shout. Hinting at the first colony fleet to enter Jupiter's orbit. I remember my civics lesson. They were funded by a wealthy Terran industrialist who had them built to serve as habitats for a workforce that would harvest resources from Jupiter and her moons for his company's sake. The classic colony shape. After a few decades, the population had enough for existing. Population had enough of existing with no autonomy and living on company script, so they took control of the fleet and petitioned to join the Solar Federation. We all know how that ended. Very nice desk. It must be where the captain does all of her work when she's not on the bridge. If that's the case, then, as I thought, there's got to be a few drawers at the back next to where she'd sit. The codes are anywhere to be in there. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates. Maybe she still gets a copy of those codes in here. Try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of initial give stops almost immediately. You hear clunk. Try a few more times, and then spot a keyhole to the left of the drawer. Checking the second and third drawers gives you the same result. Locked, of course. I'll have to find the key. There's maybe a safe behind it or something, like in movies, but it looks like the whole thing is reproduction. This has been applied directly to the wall panel. Even this frame is bolted on. You're uncomfortable enough making your way in here in the first place, but now that you're about to rummage your way through Captain's personal effects, you feel even worse. Get this over with. Doing a quick scan of the room in the hopes that the Captain may have left the key on top of the chest or drawers or her bedside. It will prove fruitless. You tentatively step back inside, nervously looking back at the Captain's comatose form every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand on its top and drum your fingers before nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only folded clothes inside, you close it quickly, going on to repeat this process for the next two drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediate obvious place left to check is a drawer in the bedside table, right next to the Captain. Oh boy. Moving over to it, you squat down beside the unit, acutely aware of the Captain sleeping right next to you. In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Running your fingers over the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with regular bumps, which feels like it has a foil on the underside. A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label. Various individual papers. Aha! You grab a hold of what feels like a key card, flipped onto a lanyard and pull it out the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the key for those. Oh, hi, Captain. Captain, hi. She woke up. Lieutenant. You freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer, holding onto the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Barnabas had managed to reach out and grab a hold of your wrist. I'm just following orders. I mean, technically I am. That's a scapegoat. I should explain myself. The captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock has rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing you through the darkness. Lieutenant. You hold into your breath for a moment and exhale slowly, calming yourself. What are you? Posing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency. I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? All the ship systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathy's and Lieutenant Ward to get your codes so we can get the ship back online. Captain blinks groggily a few times and releases your wrist, drawing her hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I need the key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor, on the inside your heart is racing as you consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and now. Sounds important. Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we're all considered pretty crucial right now. Gazel you, she stands to attention in the darkness. After a moment of which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls onto her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes is in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, Dr. Enemy, how's it going? The captain rolls away to face from you. Just don't read the report. Ma'am? You wait for a few moments, but eventually, a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap as Captain Bartimus and you relax. Second drawer, thanks, Captain. Captain's keyring. See which one. In a few moments, working your way through the collections of keys, I hang from the ring and the captain's lanyard. Count a few based on the unusual shapes, but finding the right one is still a tricky task in the dark. Eventually you find one that slides easily into the lock and turns the mechanism. Surprisingly hefty clunk. Captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open that drawer first and purposely leaf through the collection of papers, reports, and files that it contains. Room manifests, security updates, aha! You see the telltale cracked or feed edge of the printer paper that you've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the captain on sticking out from underneath a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out. As you do, you can't help but read its title. JCF Naval JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings, Incident 00784, 2109, 200209. Subject, Rear Admiral M. Bartimus. Oh, looks like she got a demotion from Rear Admiral. After in the war. Wait, that was the war. That's the day. That's the final battle of the war. What you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes in one hand and this report in the other, you look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Just don't read the report. You hesitate for a moment, rereading the title. Rear Admiral. You stare at the cover of the report for a few moments before placing it back in the drawer. Wherever it is in the report, it's not your place to know it. Besides, you've got much more important things. Yeah, exactly. I don't have time to read this shit. Both hands lifted up to the light, staring at the top and letting the rest of the continuous ream of paper unfurl. Your eyes scan the document for any key phrases that look appropriately until you see what you're looking for. Classified core system access codes. There we go. Generation date 24 21 4. Captain second only. Finally, tearing the relevant page from the rest, the document is perforated edge. You fold it up and stuff it into your left pocket. I'm going to leave you pause for a second before taking a moment to quickly stuff the rest of the documents back into their relevant drawer and then locking them back up. The code's finally in your possession. You briskly make your way back towards the corridor outside the captain's quarters, where you've left the PST. As you approach the doorway, take a hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Report the good news. Okay, Chief, Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. Release the push the top button and wait. You give it a moment, but instead of more instructions from the Chief or some kind of backhanded congratulations from Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Chief? Try again. Lieutenant Lord? Still nothing. Anyone? Come on. You give the radio a shake and spend a few moments adjusting the frequency dials. You still don't hear anything from anyone, just a hiss of static. For a moment, you feel like throwing the radio down the corridor. Instead, you slump against the nearest wall and hold your head in one hand. Touching against the wall in the low light for a moment longer, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST. Begin the packing up. Got the codes, you just can't get them to Chief over the radio. The next best thing you decide is to get to them or her in person. You clip the latch in the PST closed and pick it up as you stand, turning to make your way across the darkness. Oi, 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 oi. My voice is dying slowly. To the point where, like, I don't know how much longer the scenario right now is going to go on for. Chapter 4. Oh, wow, Chapter 4 already? So I might wrap it up here. Just because my voice is going to die. Otherwise, or it is already dying. But I'm like so invested. Really enjoying this. I'll need to finish it again soon-ish. I don't even know how long the game is. Like, I've heard people say it's short, but we've been going for almost 5 hours. I wonder how much is left. But thoroughly enjoying this. It's a nice... I guess because it's a lot of reading and I'm trying to do voices as well. The same thing happened with Pokemon. Like back when I played Pokemon Violet, because I voiced every character because there's no dialogue. Anytime I have a game where I'm voicing the characters, it will slowly drain your voice. But it's fun though. I think you just need to make those type of streams shorter. Like maybe I should have made this a shorter stream rather than now 5 hours long. Like if it was like, if this was for YouTube or something, I would have probably like, when it changed to a different date, that would be good starting and stopping points. But, hang on. Yeah, game is saved. So I just quit the game. Oh, the main menu button was there. There we go. Ah, this game's good though. I'm really thoroughly enjoying this. Oh, okay. I have half the achievements so far, so maybe I'm halfway. Possibly. That would seem a reasonable expectation. But yeah. Hey, I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Will be next stream. I did put tomorrow on the schedule to be working on ask when try speedrun any dating sim, get all the endings. Not, it's not a dating sim, but a visual novel. I think there's only one romance interest and you're locked into it already from the start. Because she's apparently a girlfriend in between the prologue and now. But no, it's really been really fun, like retro sci-fi. It's like has the old school vibes in all the best ways. Definitely worth picking up. I would certainly recommend, you know, everyone like trying it because it's only like it's on Steam right now. It is currently on sale for like the first launch week. So it's like normally like £12.79. Right now it's £11.50. So yeah. Stories from Soul the Gundog. Worth playing. I'm loving the vibes. Need to finish it. Yeah, tomorrow did schedule Gunpla or working on the Daisy Ogre. But also at the same time, I don't know if I might swap that to just playing Sin Duality instead. Because I did get a patch today. And they also announced like a 1.5 times XP boost. So I don't know, I might play that tomorrow instead. And then maybe do the Gunpla during the week. But then of course Sunday, Mecha Break beta starts, so hell yeah. As always, there's socials and Discord and YouTube. Right, let's have a look, see who's currently live to raid. Actually, you know, I should check. Where's that list? Okay, I'm just going to Discord quicker. We figure out whom to raid. Let's see. Who's currently live to raid? I don't know. looking at the list of people that had the devs had like at the list of people who are streaming it. I'm not sure the next person's still like later, much later. Oh god, my voice is completely gone. Right, okay. Let me just wrap it up. Forget the stream. Right, voice. I killed it. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. For either gunplay or I'll either go work on the Daisy Ogre or I'm gonna play Cinderella. One of the two. Until then, have an awesome day. Have an awesome weekend if I don't see you. And as always, see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.